Good afternoon. We're going to call to order the 1 p.m. School Board Workshop, January 23rd, 2024. We're going to rise for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare bursting in air proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Please follow me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will move on to roll call.
Cheryl Massaro.
Colin Conklin, present.
Sally Hunt.
Will Furry present.
Lashaka Moore.
Okay, so we'll move on to special announcements. I'd just like to start off to let everybody know that we have our interim school board attorney, Attorney David Delaney, on speakerphone, so he is available to us as a legal resource during the meeting here.
Excellent.
Welcome, Mr. Delaney.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for accommodating me.
Yes, thank you for being here. So, moving on to, are there any other special announcements, Superintendent Moore? Okay, so we'll move on to board member liaison updates.
Okay, I'll get started. Matanzas High School SAC had a meeting, and it was held the same day as the ELA FAST testing. And it was so nice to have actual results for the 9th and 10th grade reported that evening at the SAC. So to get results back that fast is certainly a benefit. And it was nice to see that both the 9th grade and the 10th graders have improved by points, like 3 to 4 points, so that's good for each one of them. School year discipline report was discussed. Overall, the reports incidents were up, and a large chunk of those is due to level 1 offenses with cell phones and electronic devices. So I would expect to see them around the entire district because of the nature of a new process, and they're trying to get that straightened out. Then we had a wonderful presentation from the new teachers program, the Future Teachers Program. They actually have a CTE that they're working on using that to get these kids ready to be teachers. And we all know there's a shortage nationwide, so there'll be guaranteed jobs for sure. And it's nice to see that will actually, this is the first year, they hope to develop it into a 4-year program. So we'll see where that goes, but that was really good. Flagler Tobacco Prevention Partnership held a meeting to develop a new plan to gain attention of the City of Palm Coast and Flagler County for licensing of tobacco, specifically vaping shops, and also where they're located. So they're going to keep working on that because there's still a lot of problems with the smoking and tobacco shop, vaping shop that's located directly across the street from FPC. So that's what their plan is. Flagler Youth Coalition met. Flagler County Drug Court Foundation is raising money to support their constant effort to prevent and combat drug use within Flagler County by forming the 100 Club. To become a member, local businesses or individuals can donate $120 to the foundation. If you're interested, just check that out with Flagler Drug Court. And then our virtual teen town hall will be Wednesday, January 31st. The topic will be internet use and social media. Participating students will receive 5 community hours. Any student interested in attending should contact either one of our 2 student board liaisons or myself. That's it.
Excellent, thank you. I'll just give you a kind of overview for FPC. Their SAC is actually tonight, so I don't know if we'll make it in time, probably not. They're kicking off Literacy Week this week. Daytona State informational table and opportunity for students to learn about dual enrollment is going to be set up throughout their lunches. They've got a career expo planned for this Wednesday, and of course they're hosting our Teacher and Employee of the Year event tomorrow, so looking forward to that. In regards to, most of you know, Christy and Will, Chairman Fury and I had an opportunity to go to Tallahassee. It was a great visit for Day in the Legislature. FSBA put on a great opportunity for us to learn. The Sarah brothers were able to make appointments for us. We got to visit with Representative Renner and Hudson to talk about the $1.6 million for a CTE expansion project. It was received favorably. The budget has been submitted to both committees, and I won't jinx it, but it felt positive. We also talked a little bit about some of the EOCs for graduation requirements, and shared with Representative Renner, the possibility, would they be open to considering a business math in addition to or instead of the Algebra 1 EOC. And so he was sort of interested in that. We spoke to a couple of representatives about that, and they seem open to it. Because as we know, the Algebra EOC can sometimes be a barrier to students getting a regular high school diploma here in Florida. So overall, I think it was a good visit. Really enjoyed spending time as colleagues advocating for public education. So it was a good overall visit. That's it.
Just a couple of things to share with the board. There was a recent traffic safety board meeting. Something interesting. I can't remember if she's a current student or a former student, but forgive me, is it Daytona State? What's our dual enrollment school that's right on Broncos Parkway?
Daytona State.
Right,
yeah.
am I saying that? I swear, okay, just second guessing myself. She brought to the traffic safety committee that currently the campus is really only accessible by car. And that's a hardship for her family, that it would be better for them with their limited cars in the family to be able to bike or walk to campus. And so Andy Dance has proven to be a champion for her on that. And so hopefully that's something in the next 15 to 20 years that was a joke that Flagler County can accomplish for the campus. But anyway, so that's something noteworthy for the board. And then Rimfire SAC, the last meeting really focused on, Superintendent Moore, you might need to help me with my
school recognition.
Yes, I had to improve.
Or
it.
A+ money.
Yeah, so school recognition dollars, A+ money, that is possibly going to be over $100,000. For those of you in the room who are maybe not aware, Rimfire increased their school grade from a C to a B. And so the state is rewarding them with a significant amount of dollars, and their process, the SAC's process, is to vote on how that money will be allocated. And so they're working through that process of teacher and faculty, instructional and non-instructional staff input on how that money is going to be spent. And it can be anything from one-time bonuses to staff. It can be school improvement monies. Am I saying this all correctly? So anyway, that is a noteworthy thing for Rimfire right now. So great, that's me.
I also have a legislative update. Yeah, it was a great time to be able to go to Tallahassee and to see how things work on that end. And
It's cold.
It was
cold.
Yeah, that was.
28 degrees.
It gets
even
cold.
in the morning. But yeah, we had a few minutes, very quick, just to sit with Speaker Renner and Senator Hudson. Short, but it's just thankful for that opportunity. Some of our requests are the $1.6 million in funding to expand facilities at Flagler Technical College, an emergency temporary teacher certification for critical shortage areas. This is something that a lot of parents speak to me about. They want to make sure that our schools have complete staffing, so hopefully we can get that. And funding to secure the current 5-year adopted capital work plan. And then also, as you mentioned, the alternative to algebra, possibly a business math, or maybe even financial literacy. Mm-hmm. And I'll just touch on a couple of the House bills. There's a lot of them. One that's interesting is a social media bill, which would basically terminate any such account that is reasonably knows to be held by a minor younger than 16 years of age. This is kind of a touchy one. I mean, I'm somebody who supports parental rights, so I do think this is something that has to kind of go back to the parent. It's getting a little overstepping, I feel, to try to dictate that in the state of Florida. And then also school safety, which would mandate that all gates or other access points restrict entry. That one might be difficult because parents are always in and out of campus for different reasons. Of course, requiring that all school classrooms will be locked, which I think we already do that. Mm-hmm. And revising requirements to make it easier to become a school guardian. There's a lot covered, budgets and everything, and yeah.
Christy, do you have information on the municipalities taking over the schools?
I do have that here.
Because that's a...
I didn't really want to bring that one. The conversion charter schools.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's going to go anywhere, but it's something to watch, for sure.
They're recommending making adjustments to the conversion charter. Conversion charters already exist, the opportunity for it, but reducing the staff survey input on it is what the recent rate change or recommended amendment is to it for the conversion charters. Yeah, that's definitely one to watch.
That's all? Okay, thank you for the update. And I have a few, because we were up at Days of the Legislature, we weren't able to make all liaison meetings, but I have some Old Kings, just to make a note that they'll be meeting, their next meeting is going to be on February 7th. Also the Chamber, and with the Junior Chamber, hosted a Law Enforcement Day, building community relationships and introducing students to the possibilities of employment in the law enforcement field. So that was very positive. Over 50 families there as well. So it was a well-attended event and well received. Indian Trails Middle School, they're starting spring sports and beginning with soccer and track. The speech debate team had several top placements, finished in Jacksonville last week. And the fast progress monitoring looks similar, if not better than compared to last year at this time. So that is where Indian Trails is at. And then at the Fitzgerald, I attended my first governance board meeting with the Fitzgerald. Some wonderful people on that board. Got to know them. There wasn't a lot of business that transpired at that meeting, but they're just getting their direction for the year. But they do have a lot of great shows lined up. You want to check their website for those. I mean, some of the more recent ones coming up are Michael on Tuesday, February 13th. I attended for the first time last year, and that was a fun night. So
it is a fun night.
You can go online and get your tickets. It's going to be held at the Grand Haven on the 13th of February between 6 and 9. And last is the Days in Legislature. I just want to thank Dr. Conklin and Vice Chair Chong for making that journey. I think it was a very productive meeting with our legislators, and I really think it makes a big difference when they see a face behind the ask. And so being there is very important. So I thank you for all attending. Okay. Superintendent Moore, do you have anything to share?
Yes, for changes, I asked board chair that we move 8.02, the FPC cell tower presentation, up to right following public comment.
Okay.
We do have a presenter here for that also needs to catch a flight out.
Okay, we can accommodate that.
Those are all the changes that I
All the
have.
changes, okay, so if there are no more changes, then we will move on to 4.01, public comment. Do we have anybody scheduled for?
We have, but it's not anything pertaining to what's on the agenda, so we'll have to save that till after.
Well,
Is that how we-
no, on the
Do you
workshop.
want to do that?
The workshop is anything.
Yeah, workshop we allow.
It's only at night.
Anything,
Okay,
yeah.
well, then we have Ivan Adams for commenting on Harbor ILA.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, I've come before you today to respectfully request that the board submit the amended Harbor ILA agreement to the Attorney General for an opinion. I am deeply troubled by the contract formation process that has occurred around this ILA that I have witnessed over the past month, concerned both as a citizen taxpayer and as an attorney. I'm not here to take sides. I believe both parties have the best intention and done a terrific job thus far, but I believe the ILA amendment process has been rushed. During the December 19th, 23 ILA workshop discussion, PAL was deemed the correct legal entity. I witnessed two parties insist that they had done their due diligence and PAL was the legal party and not to worry. That has now been substituted. So how can I be assured that as a member of the public, that due diligence was practiced without getting an opinion from the Attorney General? I submit it's hard to have this confidence. To me, there is still an outstanding disagreement about the legality of the outstanding ILA. The plain language of the current ILA still reads as a facility use agreement that may grant unlawful powers, even though the wording has been stricken out of the title. The purpose, and one of the purposes of Florida Statute 163.1 is to address and concern the separation of powers, just like our executive branch and our legislative branch. I can fully respect the tasks that the board has on its docket. I don't mean to sound critical, and I respect all parties what you have done. But I understand that also the feeling of getting something off your plate, but there is too much risk involved to just check a box and put this aside. Please compare the two scenarios. Waiting, say, an entire month to vote on a new ILA that has an opinion from the Attorney General in hand, okay, versus 6 to 9 months down the line or a year, possibly being sued, which may be possible, with perhaps a new school board attorney who was not privy to all the contract formation of this agreement. Florida Statute 163.1 is a complicated statute, as is the Interlocal Act of 1969. It is not as easy to interpret, say, as the House Bill 49. Much more easy to interpret the plain language of that and the amendments thereof than this statute 163.1. Contract changes of this magnitude require case law interpretation of very complicated statutes which require time. Well, I believe that all parties have the best intentions. Refusal to verify the legality of this ILA, I believe, amounts to a willful blindness that could be construed as having improper intentions by both parties. Please take the time to get an opinion for the sake of all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do we have any more
Yes, and
public
there's
comment?
Ms. Daisy Henry. Same thing,
Welcome.
commenting on Harbor.
Welcome.
Ms. Henry?
Good evening, good afternoon, and Happy New Year. I have several questions, a couple, that I'd just like to address. In the first place, I want to know, that is, and does this person have to prove all his decision that he hand down to his employers? Because in our meeting, the 16th, Ms. Benita stated that they had already set their itinerary for the next three months, and the PAL has four nights, and she asked them could they give her an extra night. They leave just the Monday night, and they said no. So they got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and there's one night left over. So, and then they had talking about the advisory board. The advisory board meet next month. These decisions have already been made before we even have any time to look at it. We're behind the 8 ball. So the advisory board, as I've been chair, don't have anything to say on a lot of the decisions that's made here. And so, and then we're looking at it, and I'm going to ask the county the same thing. Who running this county? Is it the sheriff department or the commissioners? it seemed that the sheriff department have more voice than the commissioners. And and they're not saying they're throwing their weight around, but they are. And they're not even sharing. And they sitting to the table saying one thing and doing another one behind the back. To me, and I can say I don't have a boss man, but I can talk to a young lady. Almost every employee on this school board is intimidated and a fear of losing their job. A lot of people in this room know what this county is doing is wrong, and they're afraid to speak up. And I don't think that's fair, even to us on the south side. It's just like a prison over there. Cameras, I even got a camera on the edge of my property. Am I one person intimidating this whole county like that? What kind of power do I have? You know, you're gonna put a camera. I can't even open my front door without it taking a picture. And that's intimidating to me. And I know the ones with all the electronic stuff got to know something about it. Okay, the program, if you look at, if you went that Sunday and saw the program that this guy had, fits, that they trying to block out, that whole parking lot was full back to that pavilion with the young people. Not only blacks, they were white mixed. And this thing's been going on ever since 2008. Where does this leave our kids if PAL come in and say that they're gonna do? And another thing, and I'm going, they saying PAL, but it's the sheriff department through PAL. May as well wake up.
Miss Daisy, there's water out there if you need it.
Thank you.
I'm fine.
Thanks.
Need a motion?
Okay, do we have any more? Okay.
Wait, I think we just had somebody sign up. Yeah, we did. We did.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
yes, we did, Dan Spelman.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hey, guys. I wasn't going to come up here to speak before you had the representative from Site Safe come to talk about the findings of their study about the tower, the cell tower at FPC. But I just wanted on record, and I said this in the last meeting, that they will do the study, you'll spend the $6,200, and they will come forward and tell you that everything is copacetic, that everything is within FCC guidelines. My main problem with this are the FCC guidelines. So let me share I'll share some information with you. It's called radio frequency radiation, by the way. And this is what's emitted from your phones and wireless, but there's different power densities when it comes to things like cell towers, depending on location and what's in the way. But in direct line of sight, there's a cell tower at the 50-yard line at FPC High School, it's actually a 120 meters, so it's about approximately 360 feet from the nearest classroom. The radio frequency radiation exposure limits in China, in Russia, in Austria, and many other countries are much lower, including the LA County School District. And Detroit is on fire right now, too. Detroit, not literally, figuratively, their school board is getting such heat from the teachers. I mean, God bless these teachers that have the gall and have the fortitude to come forward and speak against something so unpopular. I don't care who has the appetite or the aptitude for this. I do. Nobody here does. And you guys hire somebody to come in to tell you that, yes, it's within FCC guidelines. The problem is those guidelines itself. We had somebody in 2020, I guess by the name of Lou Vitale from Vitatech. They're an environmental mitigation firm to come and measure, do a site survey at FPC. For some reason that was struck. I don't know why, but that seems awfully curious to me that you had somebody lined up and that this was tabled for almost 4 years later. I am telling you 100% without a doubt, I know people who get sick, teachers and students, teachers who are afraid to come forward. That's not a culture that you want in your public school system. They're afraid to come forward. I'm sorry for, I just get nervous when I'm up here speaking, but they're afraid to come forward to tell you their problems when they come to school. Symptoms come on or they get exacerbated. When they leave school or they're on vacation, they lessen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, anybody else like to make public comment before I close public comment?
That seems to be.
Chanel, did you sign up?
Hi. You know, this gentleman before has brought up this topic before, and I know he would like to see it on the agenda, and I've brought up a number of topics before that I would like to see on the agenda for the evening, because that's really the only way to have people speak freely in the evening is if it's on the agenda. Now, as you know, one of the topics I would like to see on the agenda, of course, is violence. I brought that up many different times, whether it's bullying or teachers getting beaten or, you know, other kids getting beaten. So I brought that up a number of times, but another topic I have brought up is just free speech, because we used to have it in the beginning where, you know, parents can come and maybe they've organized something. Maybe they've talked to each other on the ball field and they found out they have the same issue. And the question I would put forth to you is, if they do, they let's say they're there on the soccer field and they realize, you know, you have this issue too, your kid has this issue too. Well, let's go to the school board and speak. Well, how do they organize and say, well, let's meet at the end of the meeting, because that's the only time we have free speech. How do you gauge a time at the end of the meeting? You can't. But you can organize for the beginning of the meeting. So I submit to you that City Council has it at the beginning of the meeting. We used to have it at the beginning of the meeting until, of course, there was that scare. And we all know there was a bit of a scare when there was going to be the trans bathrooms and people got all upset, and there was that scare, and 3 out of 5 board members were scared away, but came back at the same meeting. And so I want you to contemplate a certain concept, and that is the concept of oppression by omission. And oppression by omission is, as you know, oppression. That term is being used a lot. Now, the omission is when you omit something from the agenda, which is what's happening whenever I keep coming up here and asking for things to be put on the agenda and it's not. So that's the omission. Or when there's no free speech in the beginning of these evening meetings, when the parents, a lot of time, that's the only time they can come. And when there's no free speech. So that's oppression, when they cannot come. I'm glad to see all these people are here. It might be the only time that they've been able to gather and know that there's going to be some free speeches in the afternoon, but a lot of times people can't meet that. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
All right. Any more public comment I'd like to speak at this time? Please.
I don't know if others are having difficulty hearing, but I was. My name is Francina Cook, and I'm a retiree in Miami-Dade County Public Schools, 47 years. I moved here, I was born here, and I finished in 1967 from Carter. But I have some questions in reference. I don't know if this is the time.
Sure.
Oh, okay. There's information going around in the community in reference to what's happening to Carver Gym. And the information is, and you all can let us know or me know or whatever, that the kids are going to be thrown out. There's no place for them to go. Whereas that little gym has served those kids for many years. And if they get into a program, they have to pay for it. Now, you and I know those kids don't have the money to pay for that. So that's the information going around in the community. And I am definitely a kids advocate all my life. I was a school counselor, worked with juveniles all the way up to, from pre-K all the way up college level. And I just would hate to see those kids be pushed out of their little community and having to pay for services, whereas that's the only place that they have on that side of town to go. And I wish you all would share some thoughts on that, and it's very difficult. Maybe it's just me. I couldn't hear what was going on up here. That's my thought.
We'll
Thank
address
you.
those during the
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
presentation.
Okay, any other one like to come forward for public comment? Seeing no one, I'll bring it back to the board here. And we will now move on at the request to go with 8.02 FPC cell tower presentation. Mr. Bush and Mr. Britton.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Murray, Superintendent Moore. I'd like to introduce Anthony Handley, who is the Director of Engineering for Site Safe. Anthony is, as we discussed at our 28th of November board meeting, we did an update of the FPC cell tower, and the board had directed us to get a survey or conduct an emission assessment. And so we reached out to Site Safe. Part of that assessment was to have somebody from Site Safe come and be able to answer any questions that the board have and be able to explain the survey. So before we get into that, I'd like to take a look at this next slide, please. The survey was completed by Site Safe on December the 20th at 10 a.m. Myself and Mr. Bush were present from the survey. There were a total of 15 different locations measured, and those were the locations. And then if you show the next slide, you'll see where those locations were. There were multiple assessments done at each location, but those were the locations that the assessment did. So if you could put up the assessment, please, and then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Handley to talk a little bit about the assessment, how it was performed, and answer any questions.
All right, Mr. Handley.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, we were engaged to evaluate the site located at the school. It's a monopole right behind the bleachers by the football field. Using guidelines from the FCC to evaluate sites like this, we performed measurements using a calibrated meter. It's called a wave control. All the measurements that were performed were less than 1% of the occupational standards. The meter could take either occupational or general public. To convert that to general public standards, you just multiply it by 5. So if all the measurements were less than 1% at all the locations, including on top of the bleachers at elevated levels and within the school, then all the measurements for general public would be less than 5%. I would guess that if I took a measurement with a meter that was reading general public, it would still be less than 1% as well. The reason why the exposure levels are so low is because the antennas are elevated. The lowest antenna is mounted at approximately 120 feet. These antennas work on a line of sight, as mentioned before by the commenter. But these antennas are looking out towards the horizon to cover the entire community. There are lobes from the antennas that do provide where all of the exposure, most of the exposure is, and that's where the exceeding exposure will be, directly in front of the antenna. These antennas are, as I said, directed towards the horizon. The lobe has a wide lobe, is wider towards the horizon than it is vertically. It has a thinner vertical lobe that points some exposure downwards, but it's very thin. So on average, it's about 60 degrees. Vertically, it's only about 10 degrees. Once you are outside of the lobe, the main lobe of the exposure levels drop significantly on the order of 20 to 30 decibels, or you could divide that exposure right at the antenna by 100 to 1,000 times. Even further, there was concerns about inside the school because the students are in that area for long periods of time during the day. Now, with the exposure being reduced 100 to 1,000 times because you're below the antennas at that point, within the school it's reduced even further because of building materials, which attenuates the signals on an order of 10 to 20 decibels, which is 10 to 100 times less. So at 1% outside the school, it'll be 10 to 100 times even less than that within the school. Looking at the way we evaluated this with the measurements using FCC Bulletin OET 65 guidelines, and looking at the site in general, and including all the tall structures around it, including the light poles around the football field, I see that SiteSafe sees this site as fully compliant with all the FCC's regulations and guidelines, and limits and standards. There was a mention about how these standards are maybe antiquated because they were from the 90s. The Telecommunications Act of 1996 does establish the guidelines and the limits and all that for the federal government. In 2019, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals did approach the FCC and had them make a comment and evaluate their standards and their limits currently, with the help of a number of organizations around the world, including WHO, FDA, and the American Cancer Society. They've reviewed the decades, hundreds of years of publications and literature, and they reviewed documents on the subject, and they came up with a response for the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals. There were entities in the wireless community that wanted the FCC standards to be more conservative, stronger. There were entities that wanted them lessened. And then there were entities that wanted them to stay the same. Based on the research from those organizations and the FCC, they let the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals know that their standards and their limits do suffice for safety for the general public and for evaluating these types of facilities. And they gave that response to the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in 2021. In 2021, the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals stated that although they're not going to get involved with the whole scientific part of it, they do take what they said, what the FCC said, and what all the other organizations said after reviewing all the documents, that the limits and the standards do suffice for safety for the general public. And that's where that ended. But there was no really change in the rules from 1996. It was just more of a reevaluation and a comment that the Court of Appeals was looking for. And the FCC did their due diligence over a couple of years, and they came back with that the limits are safe. I don't like to use the word safe because what I'm doing is saying compliant. What they have to comply with is the federal government's limits. Those limits actually have a safety standard built into them even more. The scientific community came up with a threshold where they believe that RF exposure is a hazard to humans. There is a safety factor of 50 built into those limits, so all these facilities must be below that built-in safety factor. And again, the measurements showed that they were thousands times below that limit as well. So it's even more below what the scientific community would consider an actual hazard for human exposure. And like I said, the measurements all were less than 1% of the occupational standard, or less than 5% of the general public standard in all accessible areas around and in the school and on elevated places like on the bleachers and stuff.
What is the government's limit again?
The limits are set, they're frequency dependent. I can tell you that, say like 1900 megahertz, it's 1 milliwatt per centimeter squared, but if you get down to say 700 megahertz, it's a quick calculation. It'd be like 700 divided by 1500 would give you the limit. I believe it's around 700 microwatts per centimeter squared or something. Yeah, it's a little bit of math. The limit, there's not like one set limit. All the frequencies are frequency dependent. I mean, all the limits are frequency dependent. If you look in the report, there is a chart which shows where the limits are dependent on the frequency, I believe, further
9.
down.
I think it's page 9.
Good. It's like a little graph. You might use it for the pictures. We're getting there.
I'm looking online. Which is,
No. It's like a bar graph.
This here?
That one. It's on page
2?
Page 2 of the document.
At the bottom?
Page 2 of the report. Yeah, after that.
Keep going.
Keep going down. You'll see a little chart. Keep going.
Right there.
Those are the limits. The pink dashed line is the general public limit, and the blue line is the occupational limit, which is 5 times more restrictive.
Where was ours?
Where yours is between 100 and about 37, not 100. The lowest frequency transmitting from the structure is about 600 megahertz. That would give you that pink line at the bottom, the most restrictive, the flat line. And then there are other frequencies that go on to up to the 1 milliwatt per centimeter squared. That's like 1900 megahertz, 2100 megahertz, and there is a 3500 and a 3700 megahertz antenna up there as well. But again, even with all the antennas transmitting, The measurements were all well below the standards for electromagnetic field safety in all publicly accessible areas.
So if I understood you correctly, so we're setting just underneath that pink line on our readings?
Oh, no, you're not just under. That pink line is the limit. You're well below that. You're under the pink line further down. The results that you receive in the report are not power densities, they are percentages. The way the meter is working, it's taking a look at all the frequencies it sees in the environment, and it's taking each one of those frequencies and then comparing them then to the limit for that frequency. And then it gives you one whole composite measurement. And then from combining all those power densities and the percentages from all the frequencies that it saw, it was less than 1% of the limit.
And so when it, some people have raised concern about the different types of frequencies. So they've said, well, we had 4G, and before that we had 3G, and then now we're at 5G, and the concern in these different spectrums, if that's the correct word, is there anything to do with that when it comes to the exposure of these frequencies between these different types?
There needs to be an understanding what 3G, 4G, and 5G is. Those are just speed designations. Third generation, fourth generation, and fifth generation. When a frequency, say 600 megahertz, is turned from, say, the LTE, the 4G, into 5G, the reason that is happening is because the equipment that is operating the antennas, the equipment on the ground, or the boxes right below the antennas that processes the data, that has better technology in it, and it's processing the data a lot more quick than it used to with the 4G. It's less latency, and for that reason, because it gives faster speeds, that's why that frequency or that technology is called 5G at that point.
So
but it does not change the physics of the.
So I mean, as far as the exposure to the RF frequencies or whatever that you referred to them as, is there a difference between that of a 3G to 5G? You're saying that's just speed? So you're saying it's the same no matter whether you're using the term 5G or using 3G or 4G?
Right, for this facility, it has to do with the speed.
Okay.
There are 5G antennas that are higher up in frequency that people are concerned about because of it's got multiple beams. That is not being deployed here, but even if it was deployed here, I can say that the measurements would still be the same. I've done measurements directly in front of those types of 5G antennas, directly in front, at a foot, and the measurements were all below the occupational and general public standards at that time, with traffic simulated on the antennas themselves, as if someone was trying to connect to them.
Okay. So then, when you said 5G is more line of sight, right? So why is, or these, you were saying line of sight versus maybe an older technology that would spread out more? I'd like to understand a little bit more what you meant by that.
So when the antennas are elevated or put on the tower, they're usually put so that they're above the tree line. They try to get them above the tree line because the trees, everything that the signal goes through will attenuate the signal and reduce the speeds. When I say it's working on a line of sight, the antennas are trying to look out so it can see the community. So that's what I mean by line of sight. You can put the antenna up, say, in here, but it's not going to have a line of sight to the community. It's only going to have a line of sight right here to provide the coverage. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, so but does that, you made a point of it, so does that mean it has less exposure because it is line of sight opposed to something else?
I'm not following that, but now I don't think that's correct.
All right, well, have all cell towers always been line of sight, I suppose? Because the concern from some people is this is a newer technology that was there before, right? So they're saying in this 5G antenna, some of the concerns are, hey, this may produce more frequency, radiation, exposure, whatever it might be affecting somebody than the older equipment, right? And so I just wanted a clarification on that concern that I've heard from some people in the community.
Understood. The equipment and technology is constantly advancing. The usage, as you know, is increasing greatly, and that's why we're trying to, well, the wireless community is trying to advance these types of facilities to provide the coverage that's needed to meet the needs of the community. But every time they change anything at the site, if they do an antenna swap or they change remote radio heads or they change towers, Not only do they do an internal review of their RF exposure levels, but they approach a company like ours, SiteSafe, to do a third-party evaluation, independent evaluation of the site as well, to show that those sites are still in compliance even after any modifications or changes with the FCC rules. And not only for exposure, but for everything. All the equipment, including your laptops, they must meet FCC rules for power and exposure around them. But every time a change is made, the carriers are doing their due diligence, including the tower owner, wants to make sure that they are a good neighbor and they are in compliance and they are not causing harm to the community.
Can I ask just a quick follow-up question on that?
Sure.
Does your independent company have, in the last year, let's say, have you come across sites that are not in compliance? Or are you kind of like at a 100% everybody that you come across is in compliance, that you test?
All the sites are their own entity. Tower sites are different from rooftop sites. So I will go on a rooftop site and say, oh, this site's out of compliance. But there is a way to make it in compliance from the FCC's regulations with signage and barriers. In a case like this, I didn't see anything near the antennas or the tower that would be having an issue with high exposure. Like I said, even the light poles, they're too far away from the antennas and they are a little bit lower than the antennas. So I would assume if I were to go take a man lift and do measurements right at the lights, the exposure levels would still be below the occupational and probably the general public limit at those lights. Those were the highest structures that I saw near it, but if I did do an evaluation of this using to look at everything around it, all the tall structures and everything, it would still be in compliance with that evaluation. But tower sites, the only time a tower site is really out of compliance, it ends up being because it's like a broadcast facility. I don't know if you've seen AM towers, they usually have the signs on the ground around the tower. That's because the exposure limits exceed the general public on those towers. There's nothing broadcast on this tower though, this monopole.
Those would be like super towers.
You've seen them with the real tall ones with the lights.
Okay, thank you.
Did you have a question, Dr. Costa?
Yes. So just a couple of questions for you.
Sure.
Ms. Hunt kind of hit on it about, for your company, just to get a better understanding of what you do and what your company does, how many of these has your company done? How long have you been in existence for? And similar to Ms. Hunt, how many have you found to be out of compliance?
I've been doing this for 20 years, and I've evaluated thousands of sites. For tower sites out of compliance like this one, monopoles, I don't believe I've ever come across one that was really out of compliance, and like I said, unless it had broadcast facilities on it. But we still evaluate it, and we evaluate the site, we evaluate every antenna, every carrier, after every single modification. SiteSafe, I'm pretty sure they've been in existence a little longer than me, so, but I've done thousands, they've done tens of thousands of sites. So.
Okay, and this next question is not to be disrespectful at all, but it just needs to be asked. Does SiteSafe receive any funding at all from any cell phone tower company or any cell phone company?
No, not unless we do a service for them and they pay for it, but we don't receive anything.
Okay.
We get an email every Christmas. Can't give stuff out.
Okay, fair, thank you. So would you say that SiteSafe would be considered an expert in this area?
Yes.
Okay. Can you share with us why would the standards be so different in Europe, China, and other areas of the world?
I'm not sure about that, and I don't even know if that's accurate. I would have to look. I haven't looked at it anywhere else really around the world up there because I only deal within the U.S. and the U.S. territories.
Okay.
But I would have to look at that. As I mentioned, the limits that are set are based off of publications and literature and research that has been done over 100 years from organizations all around the world.
Well, when you say 100 years, that causes me to pause, right? Because
well, maybe not 100, but it's been for decades, like
right.
1940, 1990.
Because technology, right? Cell phone, I mean, you know,
Right.
but it's not 100 years. So it's you know, it's just. So random testing. When you were doing your testing, was anyone aware that you were going to be doing your testing?
None of that. We didn't inform any of the carriers or the tower owner.
Okay. And we didn't publicly share when we were going to be doing the testing. Okay, great.
We intentionally did not share anything.
No, I remember that being
They knew we were testing because of the direction from here, but we did not give
They didn't know what day,
Correct, that is correct.
but they knew it was coming.
Correct, because of the direction from the board that authorizes to proceed with the testing.
Right, okay. And then the other thing is, am I understanding correctly, when I look at your report, right? And we're talking about a 31-page report, right? Am I understanding that the first, hold on, give me a minute. The first 8 pages, right, until you get to the analysis.
Okay.
All right, the analysis is only specific to Flagler County. The rest is basically information, background.
Correct.
And and again, no disrespect, but I would have hoped for something like on page 2, your graphic, and the measurements on page 3, to have something that showed specific to our sites, so that we could see, specifically to Flagler County sites, what that looked like, even if it was minuscule, right?
Okay.
Because we're talking about a report where really the analysis is barely a paragraph. And that is concerning to me. The last question I have is, I just want to make sure I'm clear. When you talk about the tower, the height of the tower, and there was a word you used, I can't remember what it was, but it was like kind of the orb or the...
Oh, the lobe,
right?
So it's coming out of the antenna.
So am I understanding correctly that for the cell tower, you're saying at whatever height it is this circumference around the height of the cell tower, and that there's limited exposure pointing down, if you will?
Correct.
Okay.
A lot less than pointing out.
Okay, so if you took a measurement, let's just say you had a scissor lift, and you went as high as you could, right? You were in that orb, if you will. How different would your reading be than if it was on the ground?
If I stood directly in front of the antenna at 1 foot, I'd probably get like 500% of the limit.
Okay.
But as you go out further, the way the physics work is every time you double the distance from the antenna, theoretically, you're quartering the exposure and the power.
Okay.
So if that's 3 feet, you're at 100%. Theoretically, if you go to 6 feet, you're at 25% now.
Okay.
Inverse square law, that's what it's called.
Okay, and I think it's my last question, but I always lie here, so just know that up front. What tools are used in measuring RF frequency?
It's a field intensity meter. It has to be approved. It has to be approved by also our clients as well. The one we used for this was a wave control meter. It's just like a field intensity meter. It's taking all the measurements. There's also the NARDM field intensity meters. We also have a spectrum meter. It's like an SRM. It breaks out the frequencies, but it doesn't receive all the frequencies that these meters do.
Okay, and are those tools that if our team wanted to purchase, we could purchase them?
Mm-hmm. And they must be calibrated.
Okay.
And it's periodic. I think the one we have here is calibrated every 2 years.
Okay. Just curious if, doing random sampling, or depending on what our contract looks like, whether we can or cannot get out of it, but whether or not we, meaning you guys, we can do random sampling, right? Random testing.
I do want to point out, just in case, when we were the spots that are on the bleachers, that is all the way at the top. We went all the way up the highest and the closest to the tower when we did those readings, those 3. So those were not at ground level on the bleachers. That was at the top of the bleachers when we took those readings as well.
And they still were below.
Yes, ma'am. So, and that was, I'm going to say the closest that you could possibly get to that antenna without being in a lift would be that, and we were there.
The nearest publicly accessible area.
Yes.
Okay.
There is another study that, it's called a modeling study, I believe.
Theoretical.
A theoretical modeling study, which shows you basically a diagram. Here's the tower and here's the green, yellow, red.
It'd be interesting to see something like that.
We could ask for something like that, but this is an actual reading this would just be what the modeling.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just a visual presentation of the data.
Yes, yes.
And Chairman Fury, I preface this with saying I lie about my last question, so one more. On page 6, what is meant by penthouse? PH, and then there's, you know where it says abbreviations?
Oh, if there was a penthouse on there, that would be a penthouse. It's just a bulkhead on top of a building kind of a thing. I don't, that didn't really come into play in here. That shouldn't have been in there. And then the M is just the measurements. But we didn't have to show that PH would be a penthouse. There are no penthouses.
Okay. Is this chart, this table 1 chart, our chart? Like, because this is an analysis piece,
Yes.
is this relevant to our buildings?
Those are the measurements that were taken. They're all less than 1%.
Okay, okay.
And also, the ones that are in Building 7, those were physically inside, and we went into was that an office? I believe it was an office.
Next to the window.
Right next to the window, looking at the tower. You know, we were trying to get as close as we can.
You could.
In that, correct. You know, because the further that you go in the building, obviously, the less it would be, because there would be more things in the way. So just trying to let you know, there wasn't just a, let's go test. We had specific thoughts behind where we were doing those or asking them to test them.
Okay.
One of the public comments talked about Mr. Liu, I think it's
Vive something, V.
Viatech, yes.
Yeah, Viatech.
And we did reach out to him
I thought-
several years ago, and at that time, he was having health problems, and then he passed away. And then prior to reaching out to SiteSafe, I reached out to his company, because they're still in existence, and was not able to get anything back from them.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
I'm just going to ask, I'm probably the most random person up here, but that's fine. When you're talking about percentages, my mind went to daily vitamins. Okay, just follow me for a second. So vitamin C, like this is how many mcg, am I saying that right? For like how much vitamin C you're supposed to get for the day. So if it's like this pill is giving you 5% of your daily, that's kind of how I'm like understanding when you say percentages. So what I'm hearing is if this is the threshold from the FCC, we're at like the same as your recommended daily vitamin, whatever.
Okay.
We're at like 1%, but from like a negative side, right? Like as in, it's not giving us yummy vitamin C, it's giving us like
I get what you're saying.
RF, whatever. Is that like, am I understanding how
I
this
think
percentage works?
It might be easier if I explain it, say we were just dealing with one frequency. So say we're dealing with 1900 megahertz. That's the only frequency coming from the tower. The limit for that is 1 milliwatt per centimeter squared. We take the measurements, and the measurement is less than 1%. That means you are less than 1% of 1 milliwatt per centimeter squared. So that's where that limit is. So this is where you can be. This is where you are. Because of the safety built into it, you could be here, here, here,
We
here,
could be
and
at
still be in
100% and still be in
compliance
compliance.
because of the safety factor built in.
Okay, and that's how I'm understanding it. So even if we were at 100%, we would be under compliance for FCC, but we're at like 1%.
Less than that.
So we're at 1/100.
They're down. They're thousands of times below the limits.
Okay, and then a quick follow-up question, because it's arguably like not beneficial to the body, it's potentially harmful to the body. I think of it in terms of trans fat or whatever. Is anybody aware of any studies where even at
Less than 1%.
Yeah, because I would agree. The United States, we're not super awesome. I mean, the government allows, like trans fat, if there's only a little bit, the companies can say it's 0% in here, right, in this donut. Or in fact, it's not 0%, it's just small. So if you eat 20 donuts, you've just eaten a lot of trans fat. So if you're following me still, is even at that level, is there any evidence of harm, even though we are well below?
I have not seen anything like that. And the FCC standards and American Cancer Society and the National Institute of Cancer, or whatever it's called, part of NIH, their stance is that electromagnetic exposure under the limits set by the federal government and the FCC does not have the potential for health hazard to human exposure. as long as they show they were below the limits and below.
What about, has there been any studies on prolonged exposure where this might, over a period of time, where you're at a site every day, not just infrequently passing it?
I believe the national, the part of the NIH, the Cancer Institute, they took a look at it and they said between 1990, I think it was 92, and 2006, when exposure, we started to look at exposure because of the Telecommunications Act, the usage went up, the use of cell phones by more people, more children, that went up, but the Cancer Institute said that there was no increase in any, say, brain cancer from that kind of stuff. So
but is there a distinction between what one would be exposed to by their actual phone versus the tower in this study? Because I'm just thinking about, okay, yes, the exposure is low, right? I'm there for a few hours, right? Then I get out of the range. But if I'm a student and I'm there every day for hours and hours and hours, is there any studies here that would say that that type of exposure might cause a problem?
Not that I'm aware of. And like I mentioned, there is no time limit for any public areas because the exposure limits are not reached. If there were exposure limits were reached, then there would be a time limit, but then we would just tell them to reduce it because we can't give a time limit on students have to leave the classroom after 20 minutes kind of thing. We would just make sure that the exposure levels do not exceed the limits or the standards. But as for studies that show that, I'm not aware of any, and my understanding is that any negative studies that were made from anyone around the world, those results have not been able to be reproduced. So that's just a study that found one thing, but there's variables in it, and they weren't able to reproduce those results.
And RF is non-ionizing radiation, I guess, is that right? As opposed to ionizing, and non-ionizing equals, microwaves, heat lamps, tanning beds, cell phones, radio. Ionizing would be like your X-rays and your gamma rays and damaging to the DNA.
So Dave, that was a perfect segue to the next question I had. I remember, in the 60s and 70s that you would learn about cancer clusters next to power poles and large, right. What is the difference between, is it the ionized? What is the difference between the two types of exposure?
So ionizing radiation, that starts after the infrared spectrum. There's a spectrum, all frequencies are spectrum. So we have our radio frequency, it's also in the frequency spectrum, just like infrared rays, just like nuclear power plants have a frequency spectrum. After the infrared spectrum, that's when it becomes ionizing. The reason it's ionizing is because the power in that spectrum is strong enough that it tears the electrons apart from your DNA, from your molecule. That's how it's damaging you. When you're below the infrared, it's non-ionizing. The most powerful wireless radio transmitter in the world cannot produce ionizing radiation because it just does not reach that frequency, does not reach that power. The issue with non-ionizing radiation is heat. It's heating up your skin. And that really comes into play when you're on the rooftop in front of the antenna, and that's why you were able to make it compliant by putting up signs, stay out of this area. But for the general public, there is no concern for overexposure because they're so below the standards.
Okay. And does it matter if you have, in regards to the power or the intensity of the RF, does it matter if you have multiple companies using a tower, or is whatever it's radiating, it's radiating? So in other words, if only Sprint is using the tower, is that producing one RF? But let's say there's Sprint, there's AT&T, there's T-Mobile, there's Spectrum, there's multitude of entities utilizing that one tower. Common sense makes me want to think that it would, but maybe not.
It does increase the exposure near the antennas mostly. So again, So say we have one carrier and that carrier is at 100% right in front of the antenna. If we had another carrier above them, that 100% might now go to 120% just below, right there.
Okay.
So it does increase. By law, any carriers that are in the area, they must show compliance everywhere. To do that, the way they do it is they look at, say, for all of these carriers on this tower, Sprint is contributing some kind of exposure everywhere, just like Verizon is, just like T-Mobile is. As long as none of the exposure with all of them on is exceeding, it's fine. But if, say, we did find on the bleachers it is exceeding, all three carriers would have to do their part and work together to make sure it's in compliance.
Okay, got you. And do we know how many are utilizing the tower at FPC and the other tower? 3 or 2?
2 or 3. There's one proposed. I see 3 arrays.
There are 2 subtenants, both, the anchor carrier is T-Mobile, Sprint, which is one and the same now, and then the other one is Verizon. So it's basically 2 carriers.
Okay. And is that for both towers? Isn't there, don't we have a second tower?
one.
Or not at Wadsworth?
City
Oh,
of
that's
Palm
the
Coast.
city.
The city of Palm Coast.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that the Sprint antennas, if they're not decommissioned already, will be decommissioned. They're not might not be transmitting anything right now.
Yeah.
It's not commissioned.
Okay.
I just have a comment, just thinking broader. If we're concerned about health effects, I think there's other things we need to consider, like fluorescent lighting, air conditioning. I mean, my son used to complain a lot about headaches at school, and there was no cell tower nearby anywhere. So there's a lot of factors that could play a role to cause headaches, allergies, all kinds of things. Yeah, stress. So, I mean, that's just my thoughts. Maybe if people are having issues and complaining, then maybe we need to be thinking about looking at some of those things.
And we are changing the majority, all of our fluorescents out to LEDs. I mean, Corey's been proactive on doing that throughout all our campuses, so that's one thing that we're doing.
And I feel confident that you guys probably are checking the air conditioning and ducts and everything, right?
We changed the filters. We actually just tested a filter. It's for a 1-year setup change. There's some that we change a little more often because they get more dirty. So, I mean, that is something that we change and check. And, you know, like Dave said, that we're changing our lighting to LED. I mean, it takes time because there's a lot of lights in buildings. We've started with the large areas, like all of our, if you notice, all of our parking lot lights at most of all the schools, they have already been converted to LEDs, and we're doing stuff on the inside. So.
And along with what Christy was saying, I think everybody has individual capacities.
Mm-hmm.
I think what might bother you might not bother you at all.
Mm-hmm.
And especially when it comes to radio waves, we can't see, okay? And in many cases, we can't hear, but somebody else might be hearing that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, ironically, we have a new dog in the house, and I bought a couple ionizers at Christmas for the house. And within a couple weeks, this dog started going crazy. Wouldn't come in the house. Couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, almost to the point where they were having some type of a convulsion, a seizure. Though to find out, at this point, it was the electronic devices. We couldn't hear them.
The high-pitched noise.
Yeah, they could, she could, okay? And that created, and I think that's very real. It's a real, it sounds stupid, but it's somewhat possible here. Even the perception is where I think many of our families are today in this community, that they think it could be a problem, and that maybe it's affecting their child, and it could. I don't think we know, and I don't think we can prove it, obviously. What we've done here today, right now, is proven that we can't get them to take the tower down. That's what we've proven, okay, because it meets FCC requirements, all right? But that doesn't mean there aren't other things that we can do down the road to make sure, maybe it's just the perception that we need to get it out of there when the contract expires the next time, you know, or something that we can look at that we have a handle, which makes our community happier, which makes them feel safer, and that's one less thing we can check off as perception. It's causing my child headaches or problems. So I think that's where we are after this conversation, and I appreciate the detail, because I think we've all learned something tonight. I certainly have.
One of the questions that I asked him about the testing, going back to what you were asking, at any time that a carrier goes to the site and they change anything, whether it's just an upgrade or
Are you notified?
something, what, they have to retest, they have to redo that per FCC requirements to retest it. So although we may not be, but I mean, I know that they're there often.
Right, but it's kind of like the chicken guarding the,
Correct.
Right.
So we can
The fox guarding the hen house, right?
I asked him is, we can request that from the carriers if, when they're making changes and they do those testing or whatever, that we get those results. But again, like he was saying, if they don't meet those, they have to, because there are heavy fines from the FCC that they would impose on them if they were to find out. So there's some things that we can do.
I think, I don't know about the other board, I mean, if we were going to do random testing with our own equipment, I would feel more comfortable if the team was doing that versus the cell phone tower doing their own testing. Because again, to me, that just feels like the fox watching the hen house.
They wouldn't do that. They would do their own internal, but then they would come to us, another company, to get a third party.
Got you.
Okay,
Is
so
that
that's
required by law?
I'm not sure if it's required by law, but
Okay.
that's something you would want to do anyway. So.
Yeah.
So if they're doing this, though, is there notification to us?
There is.
Okay.
When they come on our property, they are letting us know that they come on the property. Now, we don't get notified exactly what they're doing.
Right.
If they need to bring in a crane or something, we are notified about that. But if they're doing generator maintenance or whatever.
Do they usually tell you why they're coming on site, or they just?
Not necessarily, because I mean, some of the things that they would say, we really wouldn't know.
Well, I know all of it,
knowledge,
but in the scope of this conversation, it might be worth now saying, are you doing any
we can,
testing?
I mean, certainly.
Right,
can,
make that, because that's the only, we're not worried about if they're coming to do repairs, right? But are you coming to test?
Change out or
ready to
upgrade.
change out or upgrade something?
Yeah.
That we can just know, so that these apparently are available to us, these reports that are done, we can request them, right? So that would be a trigger to say, okay, well, we need to follow up and get these reports that they've done for these upgrades. That might just be one more check in the balances here. And just going back to where we started with this is that we have a contract with this company, right? And it's a lease, so we have certain obligations within the lease. And it was my understanding that in order to have a tower removed, you would have to show that there was a hazardous material and that they could not cure it, right? Is that correct? That's how the contract was written?
Yes.
Okay. And was there ever, if we decided, hey, we just don't want this here, did they ever put a break clause in this? And we said, hey, it's been great, but can we give you 60, 180-day notice to cancel this contract? Is there anything like that in there?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
My memory is it auto-renews.
Yeah.
It is auto-renewed.
Yeah, and we have to stop that somehow. Somehow we have to let them know.
That was part of the problem last time.
Yeah, we need to stop it from
I think it
auto-renewing.
would be interesting to find out
Correct.
when is the next auto-renew and how do we?
And I presented that at the 28th board meeting, and you can go back and look at those slides. But there are 6 automatic renewal terms. They're 5-year periods. The next term renews in April of 2026.
Right.
That's the 6th, and the 6th and final term expires in March of 2046.
And I think I brought up at the time, I don't remember for sure, but if my math is correct, did someone in the district sign off on a 30-year?
It was brought to the board, and the board signed off at that time.
So basically a 30-year contract with no exit plan. And I think what I brought up before is that a board policy discussion of why would that type of contract be allowed? And can there be a policy that this board,
I think we can look at policy for anything, so that is probably something we might want to look at in regards to contracts and contract development.
You're locking in like so many
That's a
future
long time.
boards.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
for 30
can't,
years
I don't even recall how that came to be.
It was probably before your time,
No.
wasn't it?
No.
Or did it come right in?
Chair.
Yes.
Oh, that's right, we have an attorney.
Yes,
Chair, this is David Delaney.
Yes, Mr. Delaney.
I was just going to share some insight, having reviewed a number of these cell tower leases and contracts for various districts and spoken to other attorneys from around the state. That is the price of admission if a district is willing to devote any of their property to a cell tower. There are no cell tower companies that are going to enter into a quote-unquote short-term lease with you of anything less than 20, 25.
Because of
30
the
years.
expense.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I know at that point in time, this was a very common, Mr. Delaney, I'm sure you recall, at this point in time, back when the original contract was done, I remember many districts went this route, you know, with allowing the cell phone companies to do the
And
towers.
everybody wants coverage. I mean, everybody
Yeah,
wants
yeah.
their cell phones to work, so
Yeah.
it's probably like, yes, proximity.
To add on to, because I'm here to talk about the RF, by having the tower nearby, that actually helps with any emissions or exposure which might be coming from your devices.
I was going to actually ask about that because I don't understand the technology, but how many students do we have at FBC and staff? In any one, at any given, on any given school day, how many people potentially with cell phones on them are in the school?
2,400.
So, again, I don't understand the technology because it sounds like you're testing or you tested. Did you test when there were people in the building or?
Yep.
10 a.m.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
it was school was in session.
Mhm.
So it was like tested on what
Normal.
would be a normal day.
Yes, ma'am.
High traffic time.
Did you test outside and inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know you covered all this, forgive me, there's
No,
been a lot
that's
of
okay.
information. So you tested on an average school day where people had their cell phones on.
When we went into
They
building
were in the
12,
building.
and if you're familiar with building 12 where the weight room is,
Mhm.
there were students in there lifting weights. I don't know if they were football, whatever. They were in there doing their normal day when we went into that room. I mean, we did that purposely for exactly, we
For
wanted
that
real
reason.
life.
Yeah, because thinking about what Dr. Conklin was saying, I was like, well, maybe we should, when it's, you know, real life scenario,
Correct.
be testing, but that's what you have done here.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Any further questions?
I'm so sorry. Yes. It would be curious, and maybe there's a way to do this, maybe there's not. And Ms. Hunt brought up a good point, Christy brought up a good point, that there could be a multitude of reasons why kids get headaches or distraction or whatever it might be. But to look at if there's any patterns in nurse visits, right? Just to see if there's any patterns at all that emerge. But with that, the caveat, just like Christy said, it could be a host of reasons for that.
Like, is the pollen high that week?
Right.
Got you.
And if we don't renew when it's up for renewal in '26, if we don't renew, who's responsible for moving the tower?
I don't think we have the option to not
I
renew.
don't think we have the option to not renew. It's an automatic renewal.
It's,
So
I
they
don't know
have
why it's
it's
written
on
that
their
way.
side, but they could cancel if they wanted to, but we
Yes,
can't cancel
that
on
is
our
correct.
side.
So what year is it?
2046.
Basically
Oh my
when
gosh.
our kids run for election.
Okay, so, yeah. So then moving forward with a different approach, is it realistic to think that this would really almost necessarily, it would need to be almost a community movement to get permission, say from the city of Palm Coast, to relocate the tower?
This would probably have to go to like the Florida Supreme Court or something. I mean, honestly, I don't think this is something.
But if you had buy-in from, say, like, for example, if you had buy-in from Palm Coast and you had a location that was.
To move at the county's expense,
Well,
to
it would
move
be.
this tower to somewhere
Right.
else.
I have no idea what
Yeah.
moving.
I'm sure there would also be testing that would need to be done because of where the location is. Where would that other location be to do the same kind of coverage? What would that look like? I mean, that would be.
And there's also a tower
I mean,
in Wadsworth
and
in
another-
roughly the same proximity.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Closer than ours.
So,
Yeah.
so I love the ideas, it's just now we have two towers that are close
But that's
proximity
not-
to
that's
students.
not ours.
It's not ours,
But it's not
But
ours.
it's- but that
But
doesn't-
I know what
Correct.
she's
Right.
saying.
Oh, got you.
But
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
you know, if we want to take care of our FPC
Yeah, you
kids,
take care
I
of
would
the
assume
same.
we'd want to find a way to advocate for our Wadsworth.
Yep.
And these numbers, you know, they claim to meet the federal regulations, but what would be, and the other side of this is, what would be an acceptable distance? Is it moving it to the Wawa across the street? Is that enough far away from the campus, or is it miles? So I mean, there's a lot there. I think that, you know, there definitely is a conversation here from a regulation level. Whether at the school board level, we're going to be able to lift that up, I don't know, but this might be take to higher office to make changes in legislation that can be handed down. You know, we're always going to look out for the best interests of our students and our staff, and that's why we're doing all this here today. Is we're here to just make this transparent and have as much information for the community as possible. We appreciate the public comment, but again, we have to go with what the law is, and you know, that's kind of where we're at.
Will, could I ask Mr. Delaney a question?
Yes.
Mr. Delaney, have you had an opportunity to review the cell phone contract that we're talking about? I mean, cell tower, sorry.
No, ma'am, I have not.
Okay.
Not this particular one.
Okay, because it would just be interesting to hear your interpretation of whether or not there is no way out of the automatic renewal.
I am happy to take a look at that for the board. I can only say that the description of it fits with every other cell phone contract that I've probably reviewed half a dozen or so over the last decade. And it also sort of fits with the business model realities of a several $100,000 investment in
the tower.
The tower itself, the structure and the permitting that goes through with that. Once they have it in place, the companies are very, very reluctant to have to go through that process again.
Sure.
So they put a big investment in those, and therefore are looking for long-term stability through the terms of the contract. But I'm absolutely happy to take a look.
Okay, and what you're saying is most of the districts who did this back in the day, they were in a similar agreement with the, you know, automatic renewals.
20 or 30 year term.
20, 30-year terms.
Yes, that was probably the best way to describe it, is that was viewed as a deal breaker for the cell phone company.
Okay.
I would like to just, I know all the board members were copied from a community member on a webpage. I believe it was Palm Coast Health or Palm Coast Concerns. I'm not sure what it was called, but there were several links at the bottom of that little webpage. One of the documents on there was from SiteSafe, that if you clicked on it, and this was a pretty good document, I thought. I went to it and looked at it and was able to learn a little bit more about ionizing and non-ionizing RF. And then there were some references that SiteSafe used, and one of them was the International Commission of Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, and they had an article that was written in 21 about 5G and the electromagnetic health aspects of 5G. And this is an international agency that did this study, and I mean, I'm not that technically sound, but I understood it to bring out some good points about 5G and about how they were refuting some of the things that people have said about 5G. So I just throw that out to the board.
And is there anything that, kind of what Cheryl was talking about, everybody is a little different, right? So what might impact one person might not impact the other person the same way. Is there anything specific, if, say, a parent had a child that was having consistent headaches on campus but off campus, not an issue? Is there anything out there that students or teachers or faculty, if they believe this is an issue, that they could use to block any of the RF?
I'm not really sure. I know that the limits and the standards and the regulations, they look at the community as a whole, including the children, children. So as long as they are below those limits and standards, which has the safety factor built in, then there really is no issue for me to look at.
Okay, can we wrap?
I have a comment, but I don't need Mr. Hanley to be part of it, so, and I think you have a flight to catch, but,
I got time.
Oh, okay. The only thing I was gonna say, and again, I think I brought this up last time, but again, to that point, Superintendent Moore, if there is a faculty member, can they put in for, even if it's like the next school year or whatever, can they put in for a transfer request to, you know, if they're at Wadsworth and they want to be moved to a campus that does not have a tower? Similarly, I think what I brought up before was, because we have student or school choice, again, if there's a child who feels that they, whether it's at Wadsworth or whether it's at FPC, they're being impacted, it's my understanding that they can attend a school that is not, like, I guess I want to just deal with it as it is, right? And how do we support families
who are being,
if we are locked into this contract? What, if anything, can we do to support families?
We do not have a school choice area that addresses that. However, we do have hardship applications for all of our students. And on the same side with the employee, we don't have, you know, transfer language that addresses that specifically. But our employees are always open to submit transfers for different reasons.
Can we, is there a way to communicate? Something that has come up a lot is the culture of this district is one where people do not feel comfortable saying that they're having an issue with this. So you're the superintendent of this district. Do you feel like any one of your instructional staff or non-instructional staff can go to you or Dave or somebody and ask
their school administration, yeah.
School administration and, you know, speak to them about that?
So
what
when
can
we think
do
about
to
culture is something that we have to work on over time. You know, here today, this board has heard comments about culture related to more than one topic. And so culture is something that, you know, every day that we're working on by showing that as information come to us that we are being responsive, we're being professional, and we are working with our employees or working with our families. So I think culture is something we're working on heavily in order to mitigate some of those concerns that come up. But I welcome our community, our parents, our faculty and staff to speak to their supervisor, speak to myself, the principal at their child's school, about any concern that they're having. And the culture that we're demonstrating through our leadership is that we're willing to sit, we're willing to listen, and we're gonna do what we can do in order to support our employees.
So Matanzas, from a high school level for FPC, Matanzas does not have a tower on
Correct.
campus.
We don't have a tower on campus, but there's one maybe 2,500 feet away.
So would they be in the same situation?
It's not on our property.
Not on our property.
But is it, but it's still like a Wadsworth situation?
No,
where
it's
the
not.
proximity-
It's
further.
It's quite a distance away.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
further,
And
it's
then you
further
have
away.
one also at Rimfire, it's over in the sports complex.
But that's City of Palm Coast.
Okay, so
But
then
there-
maybe
we have-
this is an ask. Could we put together, and again, could we
So-
put together a resource that informs families of the location of cell phone towers in proximity to each one of our campuses?
Isn't there some online websites that have these spotted?
It shows.
I mean, there are some there, but, you know, what I'd like to do, Board, is, you know, these are all great ideas, and we might be able to put some of these into procedure. But for the sake of moving the agenda along on this specific topic of the tower and the report, is there any other questions for them about the tower and the report? No?
No, I just want to clarify, Will, so only one tower is on our school board
Yes.
That is
property.
correct.
All those other towers are under the control and of Palm Coast.
Yes.
City of Palm Coast.
Okay, great. All right, so then, thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate all the information. Okay. So, Board, we're just going to take a recess here for 10 minutes.
I left myself on the phone this morning. And I still survived.
right, meeting is back in session. Want to welcome Mr. Finelli and Ms. Quinn to the table for agenda item 6.01, Alternative School Program Update. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Furry, School Board Superintendent Moore. We are here at the request of the board and the superintendent to provide an update on our alternative programming for Flagler schools. So I'm going to start off today speaking about how a student may qualify for an alternative programming option, and then Ms. Quinn here, Principal I. Flagler in Alternative Programs, is going to talk about a Rise Up alternative program that we currently have in our district and how we continue to morph and grow that program over time. So there are three types of disciplinary meetings that we hold in our district that may lead to an alternative placement. The first one is our District Discipline Review Committee, often referred to as our MDT, which is our multidisciplinary team. So for a multitude of reasons, which you'll see on the next slide, a student could come before this disciplinary team to have a hearing on what occurred and how we're going to move forward with intervention, supports, and placement. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go through the presentation. The second is an IEP meeting. So if a student does have a diagnosed disability, we have to hold what is known as a manifestation determination to determine whether or not the behaviors that occurred were directly and substantially related to that student's disability. Because if they were, then we're going to address them through the IEP and address the disability directly. If it's not a manifestation, it's not directly and substantially related to their disability, then we head down a discipline track with them. And then the third one is what we call an administrative, it's often termed a felony hearing. So any student that receives a felony charge out in the community, outside of the school day, outside of the school, we hold a hearing on campus to determine whether what occurred out in the community would have a direct and substantial impact on that student remaining on campus in the school. And we hold that for every student that gets a felony charge outside of school in the community.
John, is that for if they're charged or if they're found guilty of?
So that's if they're charged.
Okay,
and the law is very clear in that, and it gives us that purview of once they are charged, once they are arrested and charged with that offense, that we can, during the pendency of those criminal proceedings, we can look at an alternative placement or off-campus program for that student while they work through those legal issues. If the school feels that it would have a direct and substantial impact on the campus of that child remaining on there. A lot of times we look at offenses such as weapons, drugs, serious bodily injury. Those types of offenses are offenses where it would have an impact on the safety and well-being of that student and the other students on the campus to remain. But each one of those meetings is unique into its own. God bless you. Regarding what happened, because each situation is different in all the details of it. So those are the three ways that we would look at a possible alternative program for a student in our district. Those major qualifying events, each event on the next slide, this is a one-time event. So this happens one time, and they can be removed from campus. They can be possibly expelled from the district. Anytime one of these offenses occurred, bullying, first time substantiated bullying, fighting, first fight on campus, they can be brought before our district discipline committee. We can hold an IEP manifestation meeting, and we can look at removing the student from campus all the way up and through possible expulsion, depending on what it is. So it's not like it happens, it has to happen multiple times before something happens. First time, principal recommends they come to district discipline committee, they come to an IEP meeting or manifestation meeting.
And cyberbullying is inclusive of bullying?
Yes, ma'am, it is. So any type of bullying, any type of substantiated bullying counts. First time offense. This is our multidisciplinary team. We talked about our discipline hearings. These are the required members of our multidisciplinary team. So we have a representative from each of our secondary schools. We have a representative from our alternative program, Rise Up. We have myself, who acts as the chair of that committee. We have an ESE representative, we have a mental health and social work representative, we have our district safety specialist representative, we have a transportation representative, and then teaching and learning always does an overview and provides us with all of the relevant educational information on that student. Are they on track to graduate? Do they need any type of credit recovery? Have they passed the required state assessments to graduate? So they do, when we look at a student who comes before our district discipline committee, we are doing a comprehensive overview of all parts and pieces of the organization that the student may touch, whether that's transportation or ESE or mental health and social work. So our team is very diverse, and when we do review a discipline incident, we're looking at all facets of our organization and how it impacts all of those. So
are they all face-to-face or virtual or combination?
So we give them two options. So the option is either a telecommunication option over the phone. So we do phone conference for parents who can't come in. But I would say that 90% of them, the student and the parent, come directly to the meeting. It's very rare that we don't have a parent that come face-to-face. And it's even more rare that we don't have a family participate at all. That happens only a handful of times a year, where we're not able to get the family in for the meeting. And then also we have a voluntary representative for elementary school if they wish to participate. Sometimes our elementary schools will come, and it's just a good learning experience for them because our MDT and our district discipline hearings at the district level are for 6 through 12. We have a modified process for K through 5 where we bring a smaller team directly to the school site for elementary. So we'll bring a modified smaller team if there's a K-5 student that we need to consider an alternative option for them, depending on what's occurred. That comes up only a handful of times throughout the year. We don't have a whole lot of elementary students that are creating high-level disciplinary issues. Most of the issues that occur on the elementary campus, I work with the deans and the administration there to handle it within the school. Our district discipline review process, so when a family comes in for that district discipline review, the first thing that'll happen is we'll introduce the team and let them know who's here for the committee meeting today. Then we have the school share out the offense that brought us here, and they'll give a narrative of what occurred, what led up to, what interventions were in place for the student. After the school shares, the family has an opportunity to share. Sometimes maybe they bring a counselor with them, the student will share, the parents will share, any information relevant to the situation, relevant to that child's education moving forward. After that portion, the committee has an opportunity for clarifying questions. So the committee a lot of times will ask questions of the school. Well, what about this? Have we tried that? How has this worked? And then the committee will also ask questions of the family and the student. You know, are you involved in any activities outside of school? What do you want to do when you graduate? Just questions to help us in making good decisions for the student overall. So the first thing that we do in our discipline hearings after the family leaves, so we have that portion of the meeting, and then the family will leave and we will reconvene as a team to discuss the outcomes of the hearing. So the first thing we always look at are interventions and supports. What can we do to help this youth, right? So we're going to have that consequence portion, and can they go back to school or can't they, or what the placement is. But we want to look at the child as a whole and see how can we help this child moving forward. Because this child, you know, obviously for one reason or another has committed some offenses that were violations, but we want to make sure that they don't do it again, and that when we move forward from this meeting that we're doing what we can to support that youth. So we look at different interventions for that student, whether it be mental health counseling, substance use, a variety of behavioral interventions for that student. Here's a list of some of them. It is not inclusive of all of the different things, but these are a lot of the general ones that we use. We also offer a lot of supports to the student or the family. Sometimes there are situations where the family may need some social work support because they're lacking resources. So we offer social work support, or we do a functional behavior assessment because we don't know what's driving these behaviors, why the student continues to act out in these ways. So we can do some assessments or order some evaluations for the student to help us get a better understanding of why these behaviors are occurring. So these are just some of the interventions and supports that the team will come up with and make those recommendations for the student. And then, of course, we look at alternative education options. We do have several in our district. One of them is a home instruction option. So if we feel that for one reason or another, the student cannot be safely educated on any of our campuses, to include our alternative program Rise Up, sometimes the student may be on a home instruction option where the teacher will meet with that student either virtually or at an agreed upon location in a one-on-one setting. That is probably our most restrictive option for alternative education that we have. So it's only used if no other good options are available for that student. We also have two out-of-county options that we do utilize: Pace Center for Girls, which is an all-girls program in Ormond, and Halifax Day Treatment. But both of those require parents to transport their student. We do not currently provide transportation.
And that's a major barrier to participation in those programs.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
it really, truly
yeah.
is. Have we approached at all the local hospital or even the new hospital about any kind of day treatment programs? I know Stuart Marchman, we were looking at that as well, but the Halifax Day Treatment Program is truly challenging for parents to take advantage of.
So I did see
The PACE is the same way.
later on in the presentation, the final slide talks about what's next, and we are having ongoing conversations about therapeutic education option here in Flagler, whether that be with one of our local providers, Advent, SMA, or with Halifax. So there are ongoing conversations of how we could better facilitate an option of that caliber here in Flagler. So
And provide options for transportation if necessary, but they will definitely get to that in the presentation.
So we also have our Rise Up Alternative Learning Program, which Ms. Quinn is going to share out about that program. It is an off-site, separate school program it's basically its own campus, but I'll let her, I don't want to steal her thunder, so I won't share more about that. We have our iFlagler virtual school option, which is a good option for some of our students if they're struggling maybe with some social issues on campus and it's just a little too much for them. A virtual option is a good blend of being able to be face-to-face through a device with your teacher and your classmates, but still not have all of those other social interactions which some students find overwhelming. And then we have 2 GED programs in county. We have our Road to Success program at the Carver, which is a very successful GED option for students who the traditional path may just not be the right path for them. And then we have Flagler Technical College, which also offers a GED program. So one question that has come up quite a bit, and I just wanted to, this I think really helps to bring everything together in regards to alternative programming to show what we have and how it compares to our neighboring districts. So our Rise Up Alternative program, which is our alternative model here in Flagler County, has an off-site capacity, max capacity of 40 students. When you look at the district school population, I used the FTE counts from last year to look at that. That gives us a ratio of 1 seat for every 341 students. You can see Putnam actually doesn't have an off-campus alternative. Their program is on campus in the classroom, so they don't have an off-campus alternative site. St. Johns County has their Gaines alternative program, and then Volusia has 2 learning centers. But in a seat-to-student ratio, we actually have a greater capacity for off-campus alternative learning than any other school district in our circuit. So we have a good capacity for alternative learning right now. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Ms. Quinn, who's going to share about our Rise Up Alternative program.
Thanks so much for having us here today with you. So currently, the model for Rise Up is, again, as Mr. Finelli said, it services secondary students, so grades 6 through 12. We have a blended model, we have a face-to-face model, and also a virtual curriculum. So we do both face-to-face instruction, and we support our students while they're at home, still continuing to work on their coursework with teacher and admin support. The instructors and paraprofessionals in the room during the day with the students for face-to-face. They also, again, are available after hours. So just if a student is not in session that day for an excused absence or whatever, or just because they're in the AM session, they are still supported during the afternoon by the teacher and the paraprofessional. And students also have access to the curriculum 24/7. So they're not limited to the end of the day, you know, at 2:40 or 1:40 to access their curriculum and continue their learning. They have access 24/7. Our current staffing model, we have 2 teachers, 1 per classroom, and 2 paraprofessionals as well. We have a certified math teacher, and then our other teacher is certified in ELA and ESE as well. So that teacher is able to provide the ESE supports that are needed for those students. We have 1 licensed social worker and mental health counselor that is on our site, in addition to a school counselor on site and a resource deputy on site. And speaking on site, to Mr. Finelli's point, I just wanted to clarify that we are housed. I'm not sure if everybody here knows where we are, but we are behind the FBC campus where the old FTC was, where those portables are, just in case.
So Rise Up is back there?
Yes.
With Guy Flagler, okay.
Yes. Our schedule for the students is 4 days a week, 3 hours per day, Monday through Thursday. And that's where that blended model comes in. So we have an AM session and a PM session. Students come in the AM, if they're scheduled, they're there from 8 to 11. And the PM session, they're there from 12 to 3. The reason for that is noted in the next slide, but it gives us room for flexibility and supports. Fridays are open to make up instructional hours. So if students haven't met their required instructional hours or are behind pace in their online course curriculum or are not on track to have passing grades, they will be invited to come on a Friday. And that's invitation only based on student needs, and that is in the morning. It also allows us to meet requirements for the onboard meetings, which is what we do when we have after the MDT. If they've been invited to come to Rise Up, we have an onboard meeting with the parent and the student on site with the team to go over the expectations of the program. We have transition meetings, so when students are going back to school, we will hold them on Fridays where we meet with the schools and the parents and families as they go back, or scheduled back to the school. It also gives the teachers opportune time for planning, and we do a weekly, what we call Rise Up Roundup, where the entire team meets on a Friday afternoon to discuss all the students and their needs weekly to see where they are.
Like, just a quick clarifying question.
Yes.
For the AM and PM, is a 6th grader in the same room with a 12th grader?
Great question, and we try not to. So we have 2 classrooms and the 2 sessions, so we have 4 basic movement of placement. And so we try to schedule them separately. So based on age, based on independent student needs, based on the infractions that got them there, we definitely split students up according to that. So it does allow us.
It's being managed well at this point. Like it's like a non-issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So some of the benefits of our current model, first and foremost, is Mr. Felly's point that we are meeting a max capacity of students compared to our local districts. We have 4 sessions in the 2 classrooms, which again allows for that, just to your point, Ms. Hunt, that separation that is needed. We have the 1-to-5 ratio, so we have 1 para and 1 teacher in the classroom, and 10 students to a classroom. So that's a 1-to-5 working with the students to make sure that their needs are being met. The smaller class sizes allows for more individualized attention, both academically and for behavioral supports. Ample room again for the separation of the students. Sometimes the students that are there for the same reason. So there might be a no contact order or an injunction set forth. So having the AM and PM sessions allows us to meet those requirements to keep those students separate. Again, fluid movement. So we might have scheduled a student for a specific session, and as we get to know the student and the student's needs, we might need to change those sessions. So having 3 other options for the students to be moved into also helps create a good academic space for that student and the rest of the students there. We are supporting the IEPs with the ESE teacher and working with the schools and the IEP teams at the schools to make sure that we're meeting those needs of the students, even though they've been in a change of place there. And then we're able to collect data that we can use for MTSS purposes, for both academic and behavioral. Again, curriculum being accessed 24/7, I think is a huge benefit for the student, which allows for credit recovery. So every student that comes through are assessed for their academic needs, and if credit recovery is a need, they're able to take that on in addition to the current classes that they need to move forward, and it gets them kind of back on track for graduation. So being able to access that curriculum with teacher support outside of the traditional school hours is huge for credit recovery. And it's also available to every student, which because it's offered virtually. Students can work ahead of pace, so they have a minimum required baseline of expectations for weekly progress, and if they don't meet that, they're invited in on a Friday to help catch up. With that being said, students can, because it's virtual, they can move ahead. So we do have some students take advantage of that, and they're really able to work quickly through those credit recovery courses and get back on track and really get to graduation sooner rather than later. The videos that are in the online curriculum are available, again, 24/7. So if the student missed the lesson or didn't understand the lesson, they can go back, replay it, review it as many times as needed. It's always available through the entire semester. And then the shortened day allows flexibility for scheduling of services that they might need or that the MDT team recommended, as far as mental health or counseling services or therapy or anything else. So being at school only for those 3 hours allows the parents and family to get those other things done in a timely manner. This slide's got a lot of information, so I'll try and summarize it quickly. We provide a continuum of services. So it's not just a discipline, and it's not just a punitive. We want to look at the whole child, and we kind of piggyback off of the MDT recommendations for interventions and support. So the continuum of services encompasses all of those things, as far as fidelity with academics, the behavior support, the data collection is continued that the schools are doing. We consult with the ESC teams back at the schools, individualized success plans for students once they come and we see where they are. We get a plan, and it's a daily goal, a weekly goal, a monthly goal. We work with the licensed social worker, mental health counselor daily. So she has students that are on her caseload in addition to servicing students for targeted behavior lessons that we give them. So she is seeing each student regularly while they're there. And we're also liaisons between the judicial system, so that might be challenging for some of our families and some of our parents. And so we help bridge that gap with the probation officers and when their teen court is and when they have to go to court, and making sure that we are explaining to the parents what it entails and how it works, and also having conversations with the students so that they understand that process and what really needs to be done and the nature of the seriousness and being timely in meeting those requirements. And then the onboard and transition back meetings we feel that is a huge benefit for the family and the student, because they're understanding the entire process, why we're coming here, what it's going to look like, and then the process back to school and what that's going to look like. And then we have the follow-up meetings where we call it reach back, where after the students have transitioned back to school, on Fridays it also allows us to go back and check on some of our students. And the partnerships with the schools and the dean's office and student services teams is really good, because even if the students are doing really, really well, they'll let us know, and we'll go and celebrate their successes there. So criteria for success, a lot of people want to know, well, how does the student deem successful and are allowed to transition back to school, and what does that look like? So students are reviewed every 45 days, and we use what's called an ABC model for attendance, behavior, and course completion. So students need to meet a 90% attendance rate, which includes excused absences, right off the bat. So if within a 45-day period, they have to be present 90% of those days, and if not, that time continues until they meet that threshold. The expectation is no disciplinary infractions while they're at Rise Up. If one has occurred, we do follow the district discipline matrix, and suspended days would then accrue longer time at Rise Up. If it was something severe, we would go back to the MDT team for the district review of next steps. And then course completion for the C. So it's required to return with improved grades. So improved, not necessarily all magically A's, straight A's, but improved grades. So we're really hounding or focusing on the fact that students need to take school seriously, and that's what we're at school to do, is to learn. So we're monitoring academic progress. And so if students haven't met all A, B, and C in the 45-day review, then we go back and extend their time to make sure that they were being successful before transitioning back to campus.
Good.
I think the next
Yep.
slide's
Yep,
enrollments.
there you go.
So I just kind of wanted to share where we currently are for this school year. Quarter one, we had 21 students enrolled, 8 transitioned back to school. During quarter two, we had 34 students enrolled. Of those 34, 12 transitioned back to school. Starting quarter three, so we're about 3 weeks in, we've got 22 students, so we had 18 open seats. And again, each student is reviewed every 45 days. We haven't reached capacity yet at 40 because we do have that fluid model. If they're being successful, they're allowed to transition back. And 90% of our students are one and done, meaning they made a mistake, they've come through the program, they go back to school and they're successful and they're not repeat offenders. So part of our next steps is what about that 10%? You know, that 10% of students that we are seeing return, and what does that look like? So the data from last year is we've had 8 students of the 82 from last school year return this school year. So program updates, what is new into the program this school year is the school resource deputy, campus fencing, additional security cameras, the use of strategics that the district has rolled out. We do offer breakfast and lunch to all the students. So if you're in the AM, you get breakfast. If you're in the PM session, we provide lunch. And transportation has been huge. So I commend the transportation department wholeheartedly in providing transportation to both our AM and PM sessions when the family is in need. And it's a huge undertaking. So if the family can provide transportation, or if the student drives or they ride their bike, but some of our families live quite far from the location, so this has been really, really very helpful for our families.
And then, so we're always looking at what's next, right? So we're looking at what's working, what's not working, as are all districts. You know, we're all looking at the same type of disciplinary issues, and we just like to think that we're doing it a little better. We're figuring it out. I do want to thank Superintendent Moore. It was due to her efforts and her working towards getting us transportation this year. This is the first year where we've had a transportation option for all students coming to Rise Up. We haven't had that in the past. So we continue to look at what those needs are, what those barriers are, and how we can break those barriers down and create a better and more supportive program for our youth. So we did have an opportunity to do a little field trip for all of our deans in district, and we went out to Rise Up to see all of the new and latest, greatest updates to our program and the program that we continue to build and better upon year by year. And so after they had an opportunity to tour the program and get an overview of all the updates and new things that are going on, we had a conversation about what are still the needs, what are we seeing, how do we continue to improve upon what we have, and how do we build on what we don't have. So some of the things that came up in those conversations were the need for additional dropout prevention options, different models of education for different students, because not every student fits into that, you know, come to school at 7:30, leave at 2:30, go to this class, and that. So there are different students that have different needs, and for those needs, we need to look at providing different options of education for students. And through virtual means and through all of the different technologies and things that we have now, I think there are options for that we can continue to look at in meeting every one of our students' individual needs and meeting them where they're at. We also look at, so we said 90% of our students are one and done. They come to us once, we provide them the interventions and supports, and then we're able to send them back to school, and they're remaining there successfully. But so that's for the 9 out of every 10 students. What do we do for that one student who it's still not working for? So we continue to have conversations about that 10%, those repeat offenders, and what's next, and what does that look like for them. Also, to Dr. Conklin's point earlier, we are looking at ESE high support options, a therapeutic setting, and how we might be able to provide either transportation to that option or provide a similar option to that here in Flagler County as the need grows. Also, we're looking at increasing our K-5 disciplinary options. So Rise Up is a 6-12 option. Right now for K-5, we have in-school suspension room, we have out-of-school suspension. Some of our schools offer Saturday school, they offer after-school detention options, but we're always looking at what's next and how we can better support our students, our parents, our teachers, and making sure that our students are all receiving a high-quality education in a positive and safe learning environment on campus. We're also looking at creating a transportation consequence matrix. So right now, our transportation in our student code of conduct, we have bus misconduct, and then bus misconduct leads to out-of-school suspension. But we're looking at what are those offenses that are occurring and how we are going to more specifically address them. Some students, depending on the offense, we may need to look at 45-day bus suspensions for students who are not able to be safely transported on the bus. So if you can't be safe on the bus, we may have to remove you from that bus and say that, you know, until we can safely transport you, you're not going to be able to ride. So we are looking at creating a consequence matrix specific to transportation that will better address the needs of students while they're on the bus. We're also, one of the things that came out when our deans came over, one of their recommendations was the ability for students to hold themselves accountable for progress monitoring. So Ms. Quinn has been working with the deans to where they are actually now tracking those ABCs that she talked about, attendance, behavior, and course credit. They're marking, did I show up today? Did I do what I was supposed to? Did I not get in trouble? You know, how am I doing with my grades? So that they can then be accountable for their own progress when they go back to school. So they're tracking, not that we're tracking, they're tracking, so they know where they're at and what's working and what's not. So we're shifting that accountability to the student and off of the adults, right? So that they can begin to self-monitor. That was a recommendation directly from some of the deans about transitioning students back to campus. And then at our deans meeting in March, we've invited our counseling services coordinator, who's going to come and talk about all of the new things that we have in the world of mental health and social work to support our youth, because we continue to build a robust network of support services for our families, because we know those behaviors are manifesting from somewhere or something. So if we can meet those needs, we know when those needs are met, the behaviors go down. So we're continuing to build and strengthen those partnerships with our mental health and social workers in the district and with our families to better support the familial needs.
Very good. Any
And that's
questions?
I
No,
always
a
have
couple
questions.
things.
Me too.
Go ahead.
So I'll go last.
Okay. I love the program. I mean, I've seen its benefits for sure, firsthand, actually. One concern that I would have is I actually would like to see it expanded. I mean, I think that I would prefer 6 hours a day full-time instead of 3 hours. Still take Friday off, because I think that's smart. But I noticed that the kids that I've been associated with that have been in the program, they're great when they're there, getting to do what they need to do at home virtually, and on their computers is difficult. It's difficult. And
Can I just respond to that?
Yeah.
That is definitely something that we're looking at. How do we build capacity and keep the fidelity of the program that we've been able to sustain? Because here in Flagler County, we've had other programs that haven't been as successful. And so this team has been working on how do we do that, and we're getting closer to that place, but we want to make sure that when we do, as we do increase it, and we have increased it from where we were to where we are now, the 4 days, that we're able to do that in a way that is going to allow the program to be successful.
right. I know a lot of kids that participate actually prefer that format. They
Yes.
like to be there. There's no
Yes.
doubt about it. I've talked to many of them, and they like being at whatever the program is called at that particular time. Now it is Rise Up. I also have a concern. You know, I understand the matrix, and you need the discipline matrix, there's no doubt about it. But I have actually worked with two youth, and they happen to be crossover youth. They're foster kids, okay? And foster kids often have a different lifestyle than many, especially when they're in group homes or in residential treatment, depending on what the circumstance may be. And they both ended up getting felonies out of state. and it was because of assault. Because unfortunately, and I'm learning, and it's not something I like to know about, but unfortunately in those circumstances, those children, to survive, they have to show strength and power. And a lot of times it's employees that egg them on to get involved in things. And it sounds terrible, but it's true. You know, and I just feel really bad. I think they're somewhat behind the 8 ball when we finally get them out of that circumstance where they could have a good location here, but I also understand the need to protect our staff and our students. So I don't know if there's an answer for that, but it always is foster youth in group homes or residential care that have those, you know, and actually what we ended up doing was getting those felonies dropped. But it took a lot of pull and strings and contacts throughout the state as well as in other states to get those things done, working with the JPOs and DJJ. So I really want to see those kids helped as much as we possibly can, but I don't know if there's a solution there because, I mean, I get both sides. And we have to keep those people safe. And we have to keep the kids viable. So it's something that if ever we come up with the right answer, I'd love to hear it.
So, you know, safety is always paramount to everything else we do. So that's hard, but we do try and balance safety with student needs. And so regardless, if whether that's on one of our school campuses or at Rise Up, we're working to meet the needs of every student that comes to our district.
And just last week, we had a meeting with, was the CEO of CPC, and we really talked about like what are our processes for foster, for all of our students, and really helping for us, for me. One thing that I am very passionate about is consistency, and for regardless of where the student is, who they are, someone can look and say, this is the process that we're going to go through, and we're not picking and choosing which student we have these conversations with. And so at Flagler Schools, if you come in with a felony, as Mr. Finelli stated, we're doing an administrative hearing, we're having those conversations, and we're coming back. And so I think that too, through our conversations that we're having with these some of these agencies, we're gonna get a better partnership in helping transition those students in and then get them to where they need to be and how they need to be.
I don't think the problem I see is in state. I think the state is pretty reactive to working with all the school districts. The problem is when it's out of state. Because in this one particular case, it was just this case was sitting on a desk because they didn't feel like getting to it. And that kid's no longer in their state. So there was no urgency and no rush. In the meantime, we have a child that's being left out there. And I find that unbelievable. So if it wasn't for the fact that there was a few people that were ingrained to getting it resolved, my guess is they'd probably still be hanging out there. And so is their housing, and they're getting based in this Flagler education piece is all in question. So the problem's not Flagler, Florida. The problem's outside Florida, and we don't have any control over that. So I mean, it's just unusual. And we had 2 kids like that, 2, not just 1, 2. You know, so I see that happening more often because we can't seem to keep all of our foster youth who get into trouble here in Florida anymore. We're shipping them out and paying for it. So I mean, it's just something that we got to keep an eye on. The other thing too is you're talking about the elementary need, and it's a definite need. Our kids are getting younger and getting in trouble, serious trouble. You know, so I mean, perhaps that's the part of the expansion that you also need, like you're looking at, but you could see where you could move. I mean, we only have those 2 buildings. It would be nice to have a little more space. So it's something I think we've got to keep looking at.
We definitely will do that.
I mean, years ago, we had Devereaux. Remember when we had Devereaux to do elementary school? So yeah, maybe that's something, you know, look at. Just a couple of questions. First, John and Erin, great job. Very comprehensive, awesome overview. Really appreciate it. Thought I knew most of the stuff, but I learned additional things today. So thank you very, very much for that. you don't have to answer all these questions now, but I think it would be beneficial to know this information in the future. So it's great that it seems like we're pretty staff heavy. Not, I take that back, that we're staffed appropriately, right, for what we need to happen. 2 teachers, 2 paraprofessionals, social worker, mental health, guidance counselor, right? A resource deputy. But if we look at the number of students participating, I'm curious what the cost per student would average out to be. And I bring that up because it makes me wonder, when we had Pathways, we had over 200 students enrolled in that program. And students kind of cycled in and cycled out, but many of them actually really liked that environment. So I was curious about the staffing. If, say you only have, like for right now, the beginning of the semester, I think you said 22 students, are those individuals shared at all, the resource folks, are they shared with your program, Erin?
Like Flagler?
Yeah,
Yes, like
students.
school counselor, yes.
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 Okay, so it's not that they're just solely looking at Rise Up students. They're looking at everyone on your campus. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. So the school, the iFlagler campus is on the Rise Up campus, so the school resource deputy is there for all of those things as well as the school council.
So I think that makes a difference when we're talking to the community, that they understand that some of these are shared positions, right? They're covering not just 22 kids, but they're covering that mini campus, if you will, right? The other thing is I'm intrigued to learn more about the AM and PM schedule. And I'm wondering why we don't think about considering that as an offering for all of our students for 18 credit diplomas. Why are we forcing everybody to do, the max credits and to hang out basically there when they don't really truly need that, especially if they're not planning to go to college? So we've got a lot of students that need to work because they're helping to support their families. Whether that is in the AM or in the PM, I would just hope, if it meets the criteria for an 18 credit diploma, that we could at least begin having those conversations about making that available, not just to students who are struggling, but it could be students that are just done. They're ready. They want to go. And they may not need the additional, what do we do now, 24. So
that dropout prevention options, that's exactly some of the conversation, is what else can we provide to some of those students that.
Right. So
we're
I'm not
looking
even. I'm talking about across the board.
Yes, yeah.
Right? Not just students who are having discipline issues, but all students. Because I bet you would be surprised at how many students would take advantage of that. And it's a diploma. It is a Florida diploma.
Can I ask a clarifying thing
Yeah, sure.
on that real quick? I talked with a student several months ago, it was last school year, and she was in that situation, but she was getting she was working at Dunkin' Donuts, and she was getting some type of
OJT.
Okay, so, because we're looking ahead, but there's also stuff in place right now. Now, was that student potentially already at their 24 and doing OJT?
No, it's probably included as part of their 24.
So, okay, so do
So you could do.
Do we have something in place today that students?
So
is OJT
right now
in place?
we do have an opportunity for OJT. We have options for 18. What we do not have clearly is structures for helping families at mass to see a lot of the different options that they have. And we are working on that, and we can bring more information to the board, but not just, it's so much bigger than just 18 credits. I mean, we're looking at 18 credits. We're looking at how we go about making sure we have structures to address acceleration. How do we not only look at these students who may want to consider an 18 credit diploma, but we're also ensuring that they're walking away with that diploma plus additional things.
Industry
certifications, because they're saying I'm likely not going to college today.
Right.
But they're probably going to live here within our community. And so we're going to want to make sure that they have some type of industry certification. So we have a task
Absolutely.
force of people that we have been looking and having these very conversations.
To me, we have everything right now. We have, to your point, dual enrollment. Bam, you want to graduate and you're already like 2 years associate, whatever it is, right?
Yes.
We have that. We have classroom to careers where you can walk out and be almost an EMT. I mean, I feel like today we already have, but maybe we just don't have the cafeteria offering structure to show families right now.
We have a lot of options, but do we have a structure in place that would allow for our families to know all of the options that are available?
Yeah.
And so all those things that we have, but we often get families exactly. That
So
don't.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think how, like right now, the 18 credit option, it's there.
Yes.
But we don't utilize it with the exception of a handful of situations, right? But also, couldn't you do the 18 credit option and then help create that pathway into FTC?
Yes,
right.
There are lots of
so their last their last 2 years, they could actually be getting that full certificated program. Okay, anyway, that's a whole nother topic, but I would love to.
I think that's really some of the secret sauce of our Rise Up Alternative program is we're offering very small sessions at different time of the day, and I think we've got to do some of that outside of the box, that non-traditional thinking that may meet the individual needs of different groups of our students.
I agree wholeheartedly. I'm trying to push us to start thinking about not just having it for students who are having discipline issues, but really opening that up to any student that might want to take advantage of something like that.
And think back to the presentation that was done to this board around graduation.
Yeah.
Remember, our students, if they're staying until like 11th grade, we're making sure that they get past. So what you're talking about is really capturing those students who are electing to leave at the end of the 10th grade year, right? How do we help them understand that they
Hang
can
in
still
here,
finish?
they can see light at the end of the tunnel. It's
Yes.
not as overwhelming. What's the typical, I wasn't sure if it was 45 days, but what's the typical stay at Rise Up? Length?
Typically 45 days, but we review students every 45 days.
Okay.
So we try to make decisions of placement based around marking periods. So each quarter is a 45-day, and then progress reports, so progress report to progress report.
Got ya. And
but it depends on the individual.
It depends on their
Sure.
45 days at a minimum usually.
Yeah.
Could you share, maybe in a future email, but what have the demographics of your students in Rise Up been? Like last year, this year, or in cycles, on average? What does the demographic profile look like of your students?
We can definitely send that.
Okay. And then returning students, you talked about returning students, the 8. When we had pathways, we had a number of students, John, you probably remember this, we had a number of students that would self-sabotage.
Oh, yeah.
Because they found success in this small environment, they built relationships, it was a safety net. They didn't want to go back to their main
they
campus.
liked it. That's what I was
So
saying.
they deliberately, I remember Winnie Oden, and Carla Taylor, the same thing, dealing with students that really embraced and thrived in that environment. And the week before they would be discharged, they would have a meltdown. They would do something to self-sabotage. They'd throw a desk across the room, whatever it was. And then they would get another, okay, you're not ready, you gotta stay. Of the 8 that are returning, do you have that scenario, or are these truly students that go back to their campus, they're not self-sabotaging intentionally to get back to the program, but they are engaging in another either felony act or a major misdemeanor or a major offense on campus?
So I can speak to those specific 8 students because I did the data
Sure.
from last year to this year, and their discipline infractions were different. So something other than what they originally did to come to Rise Up. I wouldn't say necessarily a higher offense, but an equally offensive thing to do. We haven't seen any students self-sabotage, and since I've been there for the 3 years and wanting to stay, but that's why we really do the reach back on a Friday. They know that we're going to come and see them. In fact, I had a student say, hey, you haven't been back to FBC to see me yet. You're going to come visit. So we really work on explaining to the student that this is just temporary, just like all consequences sometimes, hopefully, are not forever.
Sure.
And that we want to give them the tools to be successful students
Right.
in their community of school and in the community of Flagler County Schools. So we're really trying to build them up to be self-sustaining and not have that safety net always, but
Got
know
it.
that we are there.
So of the students that return, do we have any that are, three times?
Not yet.
Not that I could.
In other words, they come back for the second time, they go back, and eventually, whether it's that year or future years, they end up returning.
So if that was the case where we have a student that's just not being successful and Rise Up hasn't worked for them, that's when we may have a conversation about iFlagler virtual option or PACE option.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking, three
Yeah,
strikes you're out,
yeah,
like, if
yeah.
you don't want to be here, there's
Yeah,
other options now
If
for you.
traditional's not working, if Rise Up is not working, then we need to sit down and discuss with the family an option that is going to be a more successful option for the student. And I will, to Erin and her team's credit, she does a phenomenal job of the transition back to school and following up with those students so that they are successful on that return to campus. A lot of them, they set that goal of, I want to wrestle in the spring, or I want to be part of this group or that group on campus. And Erin and her team work with the students to help them meet those goals, because we know when they have something just beyond going to their daily classes, something that draws them in, something that they're passionate
Right.
about, they're more likely to be successful. So we look for that too, of
Their why.
Yeah, why do you want to
Yeah.
come? And we were having that conversation with a student
Wi-Fi.
yesterday in MDT who wasn't able to play football because he didn't have the academic requirements. And so that's one of the things we said is we're going to help you get there so that next year
Motivation.
when football season comes, you're going to be on the team.
Right.
And that's his why, and that's how we're going to help him get there.
Any other?
I just have a couple of things. We've already touched on some of the things that I had. Just to continue real quick with the pathways conversation, I think I was probably misunderstood, but when we had the two gentlemen from Advent Health, I don't know if Wally was actually one of them. I think he was here. I think Wally was not picking up what I was laying down, but that's really what I was describing, was like to help parents, because while I don't think parents should dictate what their children do with their lives, I do think parents need to be partners with their children to say, here are some of the jobs locally at Advent Health, which is one of our major employers, and here is the cafeteria of options. So if you want to be a nurse, here is the track for that. If you want to be admin, if you want to be whatever that, janitorial staff, supervisor, whatever. And so that's really what I was getting at, was using an actual large employer who's already a great partner. How do we look at their current and future job descriptions and job openings and bring this all together? Anyway, so
No, I think that's good. I think on a small scale, we have something like that, like, what is it, the candy? What, working in the hospitals.
Candy stripers.
Candy stripers. I think there's small pieces of that, but that's a great idea for expansion. I don't know why they're called candy stripers,
They
but
used to wear striped uniforms.
Oh, is that what it is?
super cute.
Red, white, striped uniforms.
Sorry.
But to me, that is like everything for this district.
But
Is-
we're not just with Advent, we're bringing back, doing that even with our county and with our cities, so that our students realize that there are jobs here within our county, there are jobs here in the city. There are people who work in order to ensure that our county works and our city works. And so bringing them into our schools and introducing that to our students we're excited about some future things that we're going to be doing around that.
I'm excited for you, yeah. I almost messaged you last week. We got a new hot water tank at our house, and Connor, an FBC grad, was putting it in for us.
Good.
And I was like, hey.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
That's
We
what I'm
needed
talking
it. My only other thing, and I almost just hate to bring this up, but I am curious that with the three of you sitting here, one of the, I think when this was initially kind of brought up with this new board was after the Matanzas incident. And so I guess I will just ask, I'm assuming the answer will be yes, but I assume that in part informs the different things that you guys are doing to make sure that something like that does not happen again. And whether it's communication channels, whether it's making sure that the right services are available. But that was, I just hated to not ask about that. Like, because I think when that happened, I don't remember this board ever coming together and discussing in detail, like, you know, what happened. How do we make sure, because again, I think this has already been brought up, we certainly absolutely care about the success of each and every student, their success. We also care about the safety of our staff and the safety of our other students.
Right.
And so we have the best team right here. Like, I know that you guys are just already in a great place and then working to be better, but I just, as one board member, I wanted to make sure I voiced that is still with me, and I want to ensure that that does not happen again.
So when anything of any type of disciplinary significance occurs, we always do a debrief. And we always, I went out, I met with Ms. Bozeman and her team and some other folks from the district, and we talked about what happened, what led up to it, what we could do to prevent things like that from occurring in the future. So we always debrief and have those conversations and get better and get stronger from it. So we did do that time, and then of course we worked through the disciplinary consequences for all students involved in that incident. And I would say I feel that we are better and stronger today, having debriefed and gone through it and know how to better address it and prevent it in the future.
Because Cheryl already spoke to this, but it's my knowledge coming out of that was that we do in fact have multiple group homes here, specifically in Flagler County. Am I understanding this correctly?
Yeah.
And so this is, and not that, listen, it's not, I don't want to be like, group homes
But that's,
are
I'm curious in the
X.
demographics, you know,
Right.
that's identified as well.
It seems like this might be something that is a bit more specific to this, school district. And so, just making sure, are we working with with our current demographics and population? So, thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
All right. And so you'll send those demographics to all the board members?
Sure will.
Okay.
Sure will.
Anybody else have any questions or anything to add? Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Okay.
Thank you for your time today. And
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to 7.01, School Board Administration Salary Schedule. Mr. Olat.
Good afternoon, Chairman Furry, board members, superintendent.
Good afternoon.
We are bringing forward the school-based salary schedule, school-based administrative salary schedule for a second time, because originally when we brought it forward, the section for the 11-month AP was actually hidden in the Excel document. So due to an error, we've since rectified it. That is no longer the case, and this is the corrected one with the correct Excel column that includes the 11-month assistant principal salary link.
Okay, so we have one is the old one, one is the new one?
No, one is actually, the missing column was in the performance-based. The grandfather salary pay matrix is the other page. So we're actually would be looking at the first one with the correction, and it would be the lane APE 8 for the 226D 7-hour.
APEA, you say?
Yes.
Yeah, got it, 226D. Okay. So that was not visible in the last
Yes.
one we approved?
As an Excel, that was collapsed.
On the PDF, you don't see it, and so we wanted to bring it back. If there had been no changes to it, we wanted to bring it back to the board so that the information shows the actual PDF with all of the lanes visible.
So there's no retroactive we have to worry about?
No, the folks were...
It's been paid?
Yeah.
So we're not worried about that?
We have some folks that are actually on this lane that it rolled up.
Can you help me understand what the difference is? Because it looks like the same document.
It is the same document. You mean the two different documents?
What's different in the two documents? Because
one is based on the the performance pay, and the other one is the grandfather.
But the salaries look the same. Well, like, if you look at 20 years elementary assistant principal, 20 years elementary principal, and high school principal, they're the same as on each document. So I'm just trying to figure out.
The lanes are the same. I think what payroll would sit here, and I can send you a detailed from Lisa Gross, is that we have folks that are currently on performance pay, and we have some folks that are actually still on the grandfather
Yes, the two different groups,
and
right.
it's two different.
That's right.
Different
Okay,
groups
so
based
what
on
we're,
longevity.
what we're, I see what the additional, I think is the, no?
And so what would happen is, for example, an assistant, a principal that was appointed 3 years ago, okay, would start on, well, let's use 11 months. The 11-month AP who started on, for example, step 2 and was placed there 3 years ago would no longer be on step 2, but would not go 3 steps up, because they don't move a step a year in the performance pay lane. In the performance pay lane, they're actually moving based on the performance pay. Okay, so what we would end up having are quite add-ons. So you would have that base starting pay, and then a performance pay, $2,800, $3,200, $1,200, and it would be the 3 add-ons in that performance pay for those 3 years. And so the base plus your performance actually gives you that current year salary. On the grandfather, you would basically not be moving with the performance pay. You'd be stepping up.
And Bob, obviously, I guess the grandfathered list, nobody new gets on that list. It's, that one is being phased out.
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
As they expire, right?
Just like the teacher.
Just like the
teacher. Grandfather portion.
Yep. Okay. I found the difference, so it's okay.
So, and you were saying, so, for example, if somebody was at 0, they would be at that pay until step 3, and but in between, that would be where the performance fills in? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, as long as you stay in that job as an 11-month AP, all right, so if your initial placement was at step 0, and you stayed in an 11-month AP for 5 years, okay, your adjustments in salary would be your base salary of step 0 plus the performance pay earned at the school level based on the performance of the school.
And how do we calculate the amount of the amount of performance pay available?
It's in there.
That's all part of the Dr. Stefanchik and finance formula as far as the actual school.
Okay, so
grade performance.
So is that like if they're highly effective, they get
Yes.
this, and
So
everybody gets the same who's highly effective?
Right.
Okay.
And then effective, and then they don't get anything if they're not either.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
No, just a concern. I mean, I'm glad that we've corrected this, but I am still getting hammered about paraprofessionals and their salary matrix. We need to get that fixed. Still on that, and they're not going to give up.
And I completely understand. I don't know if
and
the
then it's
whole.
going to frustrate them more.
Yeah, I don't know if the entire board is aware of the comment that is being made, but unlike this, I mean, this is literally a formatting issue where it would, in all transparency, we wanted to bring it back so that when you as a board see the one that was from there to the one that's there, you notice, oh, this lane was not there,
Right.
Because of the formatting of the PDF. That issue was not a formatting or
Well,
a
they
clerical
missed it.
issue.
I get
It's
it.
something that has to be addressed in salary conversations as a whole. And so, yes,
Yep.
we
Is that an
understand.
executive session conversation?
No, they need to
I think
negotiate.
we could share with the board the concern of the
We've been copied.
written. I think, okay,
Yeah.
you've been copying on it,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah, I think you've seen a lot of it.
Yeah, so it will
Right.
come before you in the executive session when we begin to
Eventually.
address how we're going to look at salaries and all of those things going forward, so.
Yep, all right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to operational services. Gloria?
Hello, sir.
Yes.
How are ya?
Handout.
We'd be ready.
Navigate
Thank you.
360.
I will try to be quick but informational. Good afternoon, Chair Furry, School Board Member Superintendent Moore. I'm here to provide some information on the new Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management model that has been rolled out by the Florida Department of Education.
Is this the one, Bobby, they didn't take any of the recommendations of the Stoneman Douglas committee?
They were part of the task force. But in 2023, legislation tasked the Department of Education Office of Safe Schools with developing a statewide behavioral threat management process. And for your information, and we'll go into it in a couple slides, since 2018, since MSD, there was a threat assessment management process, but the task force and the MSD commission believed that there needed to be a Florida-specific model. Today we'll cover recent updates, including guidance from the Florida Department of Education, documentation, training, workflow, and a new proposed online threat management system, which is kind of why I'm here today. So if we move on, some acronyms that we need to go over. There is CSTAG, STAT on the next slide, STAT, DTAT. The new model has the DTMC, the SBTMT, the DTMT, and the SSMT. I will review
we love our acronyms.
Education, so we love acronyms. So the CSTAG model is the Comprehensive School Threat Assessment Guideline. It was created by Dr. Dewey Cornell at the University of Virginia and adopted by Florida Department of Education for our threat assessment guideline. In that CSTAG model, there were school threat assessment teams, which by legislation it had to be someone with expertise in instruction, administration, counseling, and law enforcement to sit on those teams.
Are you our chair for that?
I will get there. There is, and then there was a district threat assessment team, but that wasn't specific. It was really your school safety specialist and your mental health coordinator would communicate. But there was no legislation, there was no language on a required DTAT position. So in the new model, that is the Florida model specific, there is the DTMC, which is the District Threat Management Coordinator. So Dr. Conklin, to your point, superintendent does have to appoint a DTMC, and I am the District Threat Management Coordinator appointed by the superintendent with the Department of Education. Your school-based threat management teams, which is still somebody there's a chair, a vice chair, someone with expertise in counseling, law enforcement, and then there's also an ad hoc member that has to have information of the student. So those four individuals do not have any direct information of that student. You have to call in somebody with direct knowledge of that student. And your district threat management team, same concept, someone with expertise in instruction, law enforcement, administration, and we kind of have a chair and a vice chair in that role as well. Just for your information, our district threat management team is made up of myself, Brandy Williams, Marcus Sanfilippo, Sergeant Meehan, Commander Naraki, John Finelli is also on that part of that team as well.
Louise Barsadet?
Louise Barsadet is our someone with expertise in instruction. And the student support management plan, this is where I think is probably the most beneficial part of what the new model really gets down to, is you're implementing a management plan for that specific child and you're monitoring that plan, where in the previous model you would just do a bunch of box checking and move on. And we'll kind of get into it. So the next slide. The task force emphasized the need to shift from the comprehensive school threat assessment guideline model for the following reasons. It was developed in the state of Virginia and it was not Florida specific. It was underreporting of threats in some districts. There was lack of required training. There was a one and done model. The threats were being desensitized throughout the state because they felt like they were just, the chair would call the committee and the school threat assessment teams, and they would just have to call them in. They say, hey, this has been brought to our attention. It's going to be a transient threat or a substantive threat, very serious substantive threat, and they would move on. So it kind of just got very desensitized over time. And it was just excessive box checking. And I want to emphasize on the lack of required training. Myself, I've sat through 2 trainings, one being a train-the-trainer training with Dr. Dewey Cornell, and one back in 2018 when it was mandated. So now the department has emphasized in rule that there is required training, and it's July 23rd, and the Department of Education sent out a memo yesterday about upcoming trainings to be retrained for the next summer. So it's going to be very robust training. So we move on that. So with the new Florida model, the superintendent appoints the district threat management coordinators, and principals appoint required members that sit on the team. So starting January 1, we now have transitioned to the new model. So everything from August 10th all the way up to December 31st, we had to follow the CSTAG model, and we will report that data back to the Department of Education in October. Moving forward, we have to report all the levels of threats and the data required by rule to the department under the new model from January 1st on in October as well. So that we have the data, we'll be able to submit it. But we're just looking for a little better workflow moving forward. There is training specific requirements. Principal chairs and vice chairs are required to attend a 2-day training. Day 2 is just a 4-hour training. Day 1, everybody sits through. It's an 8-hour training. We do not have a trainer for the district yet. We actually are going to appoint somebody. The Department of Education just sent out an opportunity for some districts to have a trainer for the district. So we're working through that right now. And then all our members, including law enforcement, has to go through a 1-day training. So if you go to the next slide, just for your awareness, the Flagler County Sheriff's Office did receive their training by St. Johns County School District in partnership with the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. So all of our school resource deputies, including the sergeant and the commander, are trained in the new model, and they will be retrained. And I emphasized on that because in our partnership with the Sheriff's Office, by rule and by statute, it is a law enforcement officer that has to sit on the school threat assessment team or the school-based threat management team. So think about all the districts that have guardians specific to their school district. Maybe it's an elementary school and they only have guardians on the campus. They actually have to call somebody in that has sat through a training or do it virtually. That was the state's target point from the get-go when they started rolling out training is law enforcement, law enforcement, law enforcement. So we have our school resource deputies that have been trained. So there is a workflow highlight. I did provide the workflow highlight. It's on page 1. To give a brief overview of the new timeline, once the chair receives a report of a concerning behavior, the chair has 1 school day to determine if the behavior can be closed with or without a referral to the school-based threat management team. Once that determination is made, the principal has 2 days to review. And I emphasize that as well because in the previous model, if you look back, especially at the MSD, the principal had no knowledge of that individual or anything that was being brought to the school threat assessment teams. So the principal now has to sign off on all concerning behaviors regardless of the level of threat, even if it's unfounded. Once that determination is determined, the district threat management coordinator then has 2 days to review the submission and provide any guidance to the chair. When the principal is unavailable, the submission will go directly to the district threat management coordinator to sign off. So the district threat management coordinator is a critical role as he or she, if in my absence it will be Brandon Williams, will oversee the district threat management program, and they are also responsible for ensuring the fidelity of the program. I want to, the very bottom, I hit on the SSMP. So if the school-based threat management team determines the level of the threat is a low with an SSMP, they have to monitor that SSMP for 90 days. It's similar to a safety plan, but it's through the Florida model. It's a 44-page document that has been approved by the State Board of Education. And if it's a 90-day, or if it's a medium, they have to review it for 180 days. If it's a high level with an SSMP, it goes to the district threat management team. That's where we kind of intervene and we review that high level threat. And then we can hang on to it with the school-based threat management team, or we can refer it back to the school-based threat management team, and then they review it for 1 calendar year. I think if you can move on to the next slide. So I'm really here today because if you're not aware, we have been a pen and paper district through the CSTAG model. So from 2018 to 2023, we've been a pen and paper district. This is how we've tracked our threats and how we've monitored our threats, basically through pen and paper. And these are records that have to be transferred with the child. That is by law. So if we have a student that leaves our district, that is a part of that student's record, and it has to follow that student to the next school district or school. So if the student is at Buddy Taylor and it goes to FBC, that threat assessment has to go with that child as well. The department has been tasked to build an online reporting system, but in the meantime, we just need something that is going to really help our workflow.
Can't you put it in Skyward?
So, you cannot track it that way. There
Short
are some-
answer, no.
No. The short answer is no. There are some vendors that have that opportunity. Skyward's not one of them. So one of the vendors we did reach out to, multiple vendors, was Navigate 360. And really, it's a product that's going to ensure fidelity for deadlines, timelines, maintenance of records, and information sharing. And it's something that I think we need basically to ensure the safety of our students and maintaining the fidelity of our records.
And we have to be able, you saw the timelines. As a superintendent, I have to be made aware of certain levels of threats. And so we have to have a workflow system that will allow for our staff to do this, do it well, and know that we're meeting these guidelines beyond just the management of your calendar to say. And so it is, we're not being mandated to get a system. However, we are being reminded of the requirement to be in compliance.
Yeah. So we are a pen and paper district, and really shout out to Ryan and his team. We took the document that has been approved by the State Board of Education and uploaded it into ReadySign, and that's only given me notification and the principal notification that a chair has submitted something. But that's the only thing that we can utilize right now through ReadySign. This will actually will incorporate in with our SIS system. So the chair, because we have chairs that are also deans. Usually a lot of our chairs are deans and our vice chairs are assistant principals. So they could get backed up with a lot of things. And just for your knowledge, we have already had 20 concerning behaviors that chairs have done in 3 weeks now. So whenever a chair is brought something, and that could be a witness statement form that is being brought to the dean's office and saying, Johnny wants to fight me after school. That's a concerning behavior now that the chair has to investigate. And it might only be Form A, which Form A is 6 pages long. But if it's unfounded, it could be done in 30 minutes after an investigation, saying, hey, it's unfounded, there's no level of concern or threat. But it is a concerning behavior that has been brought to the chair, and the chair now has to investigate it.
So how will they see this Navigate 360 again?
The next time that you will see it will be through a PO.
Okay.
And what is the cost?
How much is it?
So the cost is right now, if you're asking. I do have an invoice in here somewhere. There it is. For subscription and a one-time servicing fee, which is an implementation fee, $23,000. So you're talking.
Is that, what's it annually?
Annually?
That's.
$23,000 annually?
And where are these dollars coming from?
Half cents.
Okay, okay. And there's no, obviously you all investigated it, there's no current tool we use that can do what we need?
Not what we have currently in the district.
Okay, okay.
And what we're looking at is really looking at it for that year as the state goes through their procurement process.
Yeah, they should be providing us with.
By August 1, 2025, they have to have that. So if you do the math really quick,
46,000 for.
You're talking about $1.46 per student.
Yeah.
After the first year, because the first year does have an extra fee in there.
This is a mandate from the state, correct? That we have to have this Florida Harm Prevention and Threat Management,
Yes.
correct?
And we can
There's
we can
got-
stick with pen and paper, or we can.
No,
Yeah.
that's not problem. I understand.
No,
I'm the
yes.
need. I got the need. I'm just, this is also a funded mandate, is it not? We're getting money from the state to increase this.
So.
What's the deal on that?
The deal is we're paying for
so-
it at a half penny.
That we are, but what's the deal?
So
We are getting money from the state. What are we doing?
When you look at it, it does look like there will be money that will be funded to the two districts for the coordinator position.
And what kind of money are we talking?
I don't know where we're at on small, medium level districts.
It won't be enough.
But
I want to say it was like $60,000.
Yeah, about $60,000.
Oh, so we'll get $60,000. Okay.
That's for the position of coordinator.
That's got to pay the coordinator and the assistant, or like there's two of you listed, there's just
Right
the
now, there's
coordinator?
two of me, there's two of us, because if I'm out sick. and-
So it'll pay a
and
portion.
friend
So,
comes in, then
so
somebody has to
that'll be
review it.
split between the, yes, you
Yeah,
and the other.
but we could also, there's no mandate on how many people are trained as a threat management coordinator.
Okay.
So multiple people could be a backup to a backup. If the district does see the need to have a full-time coordinator position that is going to be funded possibly through dollars, then the backup could be the school safety specialist, and the backup to the backup could still be the mental health coordinator.
Right, but I'm just saying you're not getting a $60,000 raise. That's what I want to clarify.
Oh, for God's sakes.
You'll make more than the superintendent.
Just, Chair Furry, if I may, this flow chart, this is the flow chart, this is mandated from the state?
That is mandated.
So I'm just curious, I don't know if it's just me, but it seems very reactive instead of proactive, right? So I'm just, is my impression of that off? But when you look at the steps, it seems to be very reactive instead of proactive. And when I say proactive, I mean those kids that are bubbling to the surface. How do we get them before there's even a threat made?
So I can really kind of talk on it really quick. There is, did we lose somebody? If there was an off-campus incident that has been brought to our attention, maybe maybe it was a Baker Act off campus,
right,
or maybe it was an arrest off campus, and we believe that there may be some overflow to a school campus, right? We can now put that student through the model and implement an SSMP, and that's kind of being proactive because nothing has happened on the campus yet,
Right.
Or maybe even it's like a fortified tip came in.
So would we use this model for those situations and scenarios?
Yeah, absolutely. And we would still even if an incident did happen on campus, we would still then say, okay, this isn't the first time this has happened. We now need to put some interventions and support in place for this child through an SSMP.
And think about it this way, what we've been doing is threat management, but once it gets to a threat, it's already too late, right?
Correct.
But we're looking at concerning behaviors. So concerning behaviors can come in lots of different forms. And so we're identifying this concerning behavior, and then we're putting interventions and supports in place to monitor and support the student over time.
Okay.
So it's really a change in our mindset. We're not, as a state, we're not waiting until something has happened. We're identifying concerning behaviors that individuals have around a student.
Sure.
And so,
can you skip stages? Like, for example, can you jump right to stage 3? If you have a student that you know is cutting self-harm, can you skip
Is it
straight to
self-harm only, or is it self-harm and harm to others? Because now you're talking.
Right, but let's just say, cutting.
The team is going to determine the level. So the team can say, it's not like you have to move through stages. The team can come in and say, this concerning behavior for this student is something that is a high concern, and therefore it's going to go and it's going to get the highest level of monitoring and intervention.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be like number 1 is directly related to an actual threat to the school campus.
No, it's a concerning behavior.
Okay.
It is a concerning behavior. And the concerning behavior for you, it may be high, but for this student, it may be low, because remember, they're looking at the whole child. You have the law enforcement there. There may be concerning behavior that we see at school that's low, but there have been some other things outside of school that would make it high. Or the person who's sitting there now as a requirement to know the child may say, we see this little piece, but this person knows the child and they know that there are a lot of other things that are going on, that they're getting counsel, whatever the case may be. So all of that is going to be utilized in order to determine if it is, what level it is, and then that generates what's the monitoring.
Yeah, risk factors and pathways to violence is really what we have to really look at.
Okay, makes sense.
And one of the things that was said, I know when we went down to South Florida to go and do the tour, is in every event that happens, when they go and do these action items, someone had a concern somewhere. And so now this is taking those concerning behaviors that law enforcement has, concerning behaviors that school has, and we're putting them all in one place, and we're saying we're gonna actively monitor this and track it and submit it to the state and submit it to the next school that the child goes to. So I think that it may feel right now like it's reactive, but when we begin to retrain our thoughts around concerning behaviors, you'll see, I think it's going to be more proactive.
Okay, good.
Yeah, especially in the old model, it kind of like, we always get calls like, hey, it already happened. And the answer would always be,
right,
there's no threat then.
Right.
It already happened. So now I think
how do we reduce the threat even happening?
Yep.
And so just to understand that, it says here by August 1st, 2025, the state must provide an online portal. At that time, does the cost of this sunset at that point? We now adopt the state system?
Yeah, and the state is working with different vendors throughout the state, just like they did with the Alyssa's Law. Now they end up being one of them that the state may work with. I can't sit here today and say that is the vendor that the state is going to choose. But the state does have to select a vendor by
That's going to be a pain in the neck.
Well, I was going to ask that next thing, is this, some softwares have an easier way to export data so you can import it to the next system?
The Sheriff Galtieri has been adamant when speaking with all the vendors is that this data needs to transfer over in 2025.
Okay, good.
So,
because that could be a nightmare in itself if you have to.
Just learning a new system is going to.
Right. And then, well, that would be great if Navigate is the one they adopt, because then it would be seamless. But we don't no guarantees of that. But the also, what are the consequences to the district? We're doing it by paper, by hand. If we lose that information or miss that information, what are
the superintendent would probably get a nice memo from the Office of State Schools or the Department of Education, probably Vice Chancellor. So.
My pay,
the shock is like, I don't want that either.
My pay. It's a serious matter, and we're really, even when we're, not that our educators are resistant to it at all, because they're not, but the reality of it is if we're not in compliance, they're not going to have a conversation with anybody else other than me, because it is, I must ensure that we are in compliance with this, and we need to be in compliance.
All right. Any other questions?
I have just a couple of things. So you guys just talked about it, but because everything's been pen and paper, is there going to be a need to outsource a significant amount of data entry?
When we say pen and paper, I don't want you to think of just writing things down. When they did the assessment of the districts, we have digital input, but they consider that still pen and paper because of the reporting.
But either way, it's still let's say it's in an Excel file. It's not in this system. So is there going to need to be a pretty big time investment to just input data?
There will be when we move over to the vendor. There will take some time to input.
What has happened,
the records, because to me that's the benefit of it, which kind of is also the second part of my question, is that it's pretty seamless. Of student goes from rimfire to Buddy Taylor to FPC and those records. But if somebody's been in the district now for 5 years, I assume we want to make sure that those records have been put in. If you're transitioning, you're monitoring somebody through the old model to the new model. I'm aware of the number of cases. Those cases will be transferred over have already been transferred over to the new model. Oh, cool.
So the longer we wait to get a system, the more we have to do.
But is there, I would hope that they have an onboarding help here?
Yeah,
okay, so they're going to help us transition.
There's a
okay, and then, because this could be an export to a CSV file, an Excel file, whatever, and import into their database, something.
Yeah, there's a whole, they have provided the schedule to me and everything.
Okay. So we got support.
Part of the fee is support.
Okay.
Yeah, and our tech team, the guys in the back end that you guys never get to see, are phenomenal And they've also been a part of this process to make sure we can actually utilize this. So I think we're in a good place to make the transition.
Do you know what system it speaks to? I can't think of anything other than like VLOOKUP and Excel. Like, so as far as enrollment, like for the system to know that Betty has moved on to, you know, maybe it's school choice. Maybe Betty goes to Wadsworth instead of Rimfire. Like, is it pretty seamless? Am I making any sense that the system knows where, or does that not matter?
There's an opportunity to move data from Skyward into the system, so that would be our rostering information. So student information is in the system, would be synced up.
Yeah, and I just realized maybe it doesn't matter because if you're looking into a student, as long as they're in there, it probably doesn't matter where it has it
That data
tracking.
would move. For example, if a student moves from Oak Kings Elementary to Bunnell Elementary, that data will move with that transfer of that student. That will not be a manual entry.
And I think that's maybe more what I was thinking of, is how smart is this system and how much manual work is required. So thank you, it sounds amazing.
Okay. Are there any questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Mathews.
All right, and we're going to leave our agenda items on a high note with some information about the Matanzas High School project.
Good afternoon, Board.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Chair Furry, Board, Superintendent Board. We're here just to give you an update on the Matanzas Addition project. And I'm going to turn it over to Chuck Coates, the project manager, to go through the slides.
Good afternoon, everybody. What you see there is the phasing that we've done. You've seen this before. It's just the different phasing plans. Next slide, please. So everything's going real good. This is Building 5, which is the addition to Building 5. The underground utilities, as far as being under the roadways, was all completed during Christmas break. That went really well. They got a lot of work done. Currently going on there, the mechanical hangars for the first and second floor are underway. The roofing trusses are going up now. The roofing material is on site, and they're expecting to be completed with the roof in 4 to 6 weeks on Building 5. There's some pictures of the first and second floor. It looks like I got 2 pictures of the first floor, the same. But the bottom right picture, that's what's going to be the future construction lab for the students there. So
This is going to be, I mean, it's so
Nice.
big. Holy cow.
Very nice.
It's going to be awesome.
And Building 22, it's a little farther along than what you see. It's made some progress this past week, but the building slab's completed. Mid-February might be pretty tight for the building erection to be completed, but currently the sides are going up, and I would expect them to be completed by the end of the week, and then the roof should go on right after that. The site work, this is what we were just talking about, the chilled water pipes, the fire lines are complete, and all the road crossings are complete. They were mad crazy at it over Christmas break and had everything torn up, and but it all went back together and was pretty seamless with the school. Our monthly construction class, they're still coming out daily, or I mean weekly. They're coming out to this Friday. They're coming out to do another walkthrough. I think they skipped last month because of testing, but that's going well, and they're still involved in the project.
And as currently, we're approximately at a little over 174,000 in ODPs, which is tax saving to the
awesome. Yeah, that's
project.
great.
And I keep bringing that up because one of the things in the department that I want to continue to try to do, not only on large projects, but even on some of our smaller construction projects, when we can do this, to try to do that. It takes some stress out on purchasing and finance in our department because of the paperwork and getting with the contractors. But I truly am going to show that there's going to be a savings that we can show to accommodate for that. So really, really happy about that so far.
Thank you, that's
great.
awesome.
Florida Power and Light, they're not actually on site, but the conduit underground to get there is underway. We stopped because of the wet ground. They couldn't dig out to the road, but they should be back underway this week. The children electrical gear, we have some really good news on that. It's scheduled for March 24th. That the big gear is still scheduled then, but we got notice that the electrical gear for buildings 5 and building 22 are already on site and in the buildings ready to go in. That's very positive. The contractor said they have not seen that in years, that they've had what they need prior to the building even going up.
That's great.
And I will caveat, there's a project at FPC that we're doing, and we just, last week, for the switch gears, 12 and a half months lead time. So it coming in early is huge.
Maybe we need to talk to those
Chiller
guys.
came in early? Which item you said?
The electrical switch gear, some of it, not all of it, but the stuff that's important to the building is today. Some of the that's on my notes that I didn't get on because it is, but our air handler units for building 5 are in the building. They're physically in the building already. They're not mounted, of course, but they're wrapped up and in the building. Window frames are on site, and the windows are being manufactured as we speak.
That was why I brought up the chillers, because I remember that was something specific that we were concerned, because we had to order it so far out. We would be here when we were ready to install it.
Every week we have a meeting, and it's asked about long lead items, and we're still on schedule for March.
Yes, that's the big ticket. That's the big ticket item that we're kind of waiting to make sure that the project, just obviously if the chiller doesn't show up, it just prolongs everything. So, and again, seeing things come early for us in the construction world is very pleasing, because generally you don't see things early. Usually it's, hey, it's not coming, so that's exciting to start seeing that.
I have a quick question on that, real quick. And I know that for a school, it's so different than residential, right? So this is probably a ridiculous question. But I know in residential builds, you can have theft when things do arrive early. And again, I'm sure all of these pieces are like ginormous. But I mean, are there any concerns with security, with things being lifted from
Not on the large
site?
chillers like that and the electrical gear, but they do have connexes on site inside our locked area, and they lock up anything that's small.
Okay, cool.
So there's 4 or 5 connexes right now, and they'll continue to change. As contractors leave out, they'll take theirs, and then another contractor will bring theirs
So
in.
anything that really could more easily be
Correct.
taken is locked down when nobody's on
Correct.
site. That's excellent. Thank you.
And it's still remember, this is still their site, the construction. It's not. It's not the
From a
school.
liability standpoint.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
That's why when
Even
trying to
better.
go on there, it's technically their site. They
Okay.
I don't want to say they own it, but they manage it. So
And they're responsible for it.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And having said that, if anybody here at the board would like to visit, please, reach out to us, and we can bring you out there to, walk that. I know Ms. Moore, she goes out once a month and walks it just to kind of see that. I know you're very busy, but please, we'd love to show you, see where it's at, what's going on.
Thanks for the invitation, we'll try and get out.
Yes.
And, all right, any other
Any
questions
questions?
for? All right, thank you, gentlemen.
All righty, thank
Thank you.
Good. All right, so we will move on here to old business. Start off, board, I want to discuss our interim legal counsel. Right now, we were able to secure Mr. Delaney, who's on the line right now, to make sure that we had representation because our initial contract is below the 10,000 to get that moving. But for an ongoing relationship, we have the actual contract. Has that been put on board docs for tonight yet, or not? Okay, so
I think it is.
Did we add it? I haven't checked the agenda.
No. Oh, that's now.
Okay,
it's a different one.
So
Normie.
what I'd like to bring before you tonight is the contract that has the hourly rate that we had previously discussed of $300 an hour with license Sirota. And there isn't a term per se, date certain. It would require to terminate the contract if we decided to go with a permanent firm. We just need to cancel it at a regularly scheduled board meeting. But for tonight, bringing it forward, since it wasn't on the agenda, it will take a supermajority vote. So if we get that's done and in place, and we don't have to worry about it. Otherwise, it would come back again in February, and it would require a majority vote at that meeting.
Well, we have to have legal representation.
Right, so I didn't think there would be any opposition here, but I wanted to bring this forward to you so that we can approve it. So in that case, we add it to the agenda for this evening and place it on board docs so you can take a look at it. It's a pretty straightforward contract. And also, Mr. Delaney's on the line, so if anybody has any questions,
Will, can I ask a
Yes.
question? So will Mr. Delaney be representing the district and the school board? But when,
I can take that one, if that's all right.
Yes.
My client will be the school board.
okay, so who is going to be the attorney for the school district?
So on your business meeting
that
tonight,
Snell?
sniffing.
Oh.
On your business meeting tonight, you will have the engagement that we discussed last month or earlier this month at the informational for the school district. So that is before you for a vote tonight. Yep.
You know what I think would be very beneficial is as we move forward with deciding what we're going to do, you know, as Superintendent Moore and I were talking about this earlier, if we just simply for 2-3 months tracked the expenses, both on the school board legal side of the house, the district legal side of the house, we'd at least have some data to look at to say, it makes sense for us to continue in this fashion, right? 2 separate attorneys, or the data may say and show us, we don't want to change the policy. We do want to have one in-house attorney because it may be more economical.
Yeah, I kind of thought.
Or
that
even
would-
one external that handles everything.
Right, what's almost going to happen automatically as we move forward with what we were doing this morning at the previous meeting, because we're going to be engaging counsel throughout this process, and as we learned in that meeting is that even though we go through that with the other attorneys that submitted their proposals, we have no requirement to move forward with that model or those firms. So we're going to actually build a wealth of data between the interviews there and the billing that we're going to have between now, because this, as I mentioned earlier, you know, we don't want to just rush into this in the sense of picking somebody, you know, hastily. So I think through normal progression, we're going to gain this data that you're looking for. So unless we want to actually say, hey, we're going to wait 3 months, I would say maybe we wait on, let this start up here and then come back to that as we move through the process of vetting these other firms, and while this is happening at the same time, and then decide, hey, let's give this another month to see if what it looks like. So
Yeah.
that would be my.
I don't necessarily have an issue with kind of completing the process we started. The only thing I would say is that if we do get down the line and we want to go in a different way, or what we're looking for changes, because right now what we've put out is they're 2 separate pieces. If down the line we want to look at something that is a combination, or we want to change the aspects and open it back up for whatever legal firm to apply. Or again, have the conversation, is it better for us to just have one in-house attorney like we've had?
Yeah, I think all of those are on the table. I don't think anybody said, you know, this is line in the sand. Right now, I mean, the consensus was leading this way, but it can shift back the other direction. I think all of us want what the best model for this district is going to be, and we're going to take all things into consideration: the budget, whether we have in-house and out, and per hour on either side of this, right? Those are all the things we got to evaluate, or it could come back to one for the district. I'm not saying that's off the table.
No, I understand.
But I think that's, again, just more of a collective argument. But all I'm saying is I'm open to, in my mind, keeping my mind open to all possibilities as we move forward for this process, right? And then it will just come down to a vote at the end of the day, and the will of the board will carry.
Yep. The only concern that I have is that as of today, we are in violation of our own policy. How we fix that and get that taken care of, I don't know.
Can I just throw something out on that point? Is that, or should I wait for another?
Well,
No, I think we just-
one thing I need to have clarification, if in fact we are truly in violation, because that's a different thing. If we are truly in violation of policy, we would have to correct that as a motion to temporarily change our structure. But we're not hiring permanent, these are just interim outside counsel. So I don't know that
Yeah, that is separate.
that we're in violation of the policy, as you mentioned.
Can I ask Mr. Delaney, and let me.
He would have to straighten that out.
Mr. Delaney, at this moment, we have a school board policy that basically states that we have shared legal counsel, right?
Yeah, policy 213, so you can check that later,
Board
but.
docs.
Yeah, it's on board docs, and it is basically that the school board shall authorize to obtain an attorney from outside its own membership who shall act as the legal advisor to the board and superintendent. So as we move forward, we're moving forward with two separate legal representations for the board and the superintendent. If we are in violation of our policy temporarily, until we know which direction we're going in, one, is that okay? Or two, do we go through the process of changing the policy? Because we know we have to advertise it, and by the time it's advertised and ready for approval, it may be changed again.
Sure, so I would want to have that language in front of me, and I will be able to be prepared to discuss that tonight at 6 o'clock if we need to go over in more detail. My understanding of the situation is that business development is providing legal services to the superintendent. So you've got coverage, or you've got an attorney for the superintendent.
Yes.
As of this evening, the board will have representation for itself at the meeting tonight.
Yes.
So even though I think in that policy, attorney is used in the singular, I think it can be fairly interpreted that there needs to be representation of both. And I think that will be in place as of this evening's meeting.
Okay, if you could look at, if you could have an opportunity, I understand what you're saying, look at the policy 213 and just see if we are in violation of our own policy. And if we are, any recommendations would be helpful.
Will do, absolutely.
Thank you.
That'll help.
Right, and we have to just, in the review of 213 also, that we're kind of in a scenario also where if we had had an attorney resign or something like that, we'd have to take action to have representation, right? So.
Right, but we would have
would
just
have
hired
one.
another intern, a
Could've
new
hired
internal.
one.
Well, but that
Right.
would have taken time, so in the meantime, we would have to have had some interim.
But we'd had an
counsel.
interim covering
Right.
both, as
So-
opposed to separate.
So, yeah, so I'm just saying, take all perspectives into account when we're reviewing this at the end of the day, so,
Will do.
okay?
I do have something either for the workshop or for tonight. I will just share quickly, my preference would, if possible, and maybe this is also for Mr. Delaney, to consider, is it possible to revise the policy to be a little bit more open? I'll just hand this out. And this is, when I went home, at the end of our previous, I don't know if you can pass that down to Michelle. I was just trying to think of how could this policy be written so that legally we're covered, like it's been advertised,
Right.
but it still gives us the flexibility. You know, our CEO, our superintendent, I trust that she will always make the best decision for the district. And so if we're collaborating on what to do next, and you know, we're looking at the numbers, and Superintendent Moore says, yes, for the next 2 years or the next 3 years, you know, I believe financially we need, you know, the district will need to join in with the school board. Or, hey, the state just gave us $500 million. We have all the money in the world, right? And so is it possible to write this or revise this policy so that I'm going to repeat myself, so that statutorily we have publicly noticed it, but it is still open, so that Superintendent Moore is able, really ultimately, able to decide from an operations side of the house what is best for the district?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what everybody else thinks, but I would email this to Mr. Delaney.
Okay.
Just in fairness, so he can have input on that tonight. And if it covers, if it widens and gives a little flexibility so that we don't have to change it again back to what it was, I don't have an issue with that. Because it would do an either or, right?
And it's really just to have the language be, right, but it would still, the ball would still be in everybody's court, right, in terms of what.
Now, I mean, similar to tonight, if she chooses to have other counsel, we still have to approve it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what this is proposing from Sally is something that would give us enough wiggle room to use both if need be, or use one.
Use in-house, use 2 firms, use 1 firm.
And again, that's what Mr. Delaney is going to look at, the structure of the sentence. That does the structure of the sentence. Are we reading it to be that it is one, but instead it is written to be, you shall provide legal to the board and to the district.
It says,
so he's going to look at it.
Yeah, it says an attorney.
Yes.
So but who knows?
It does,
And we do have some latitude within the current contract that we have, because we have expenditures up to $9,000 written in there. So if for some reason this has to wait, it should not interrupt us moving forward and having legal counsel until this is resolved.
Yeah.
And if I can, real quickly, Board, this is a topic that I've given a fair number of thoughts to over my career. I've worked with both of those models. I've worked with the district where my client is the board, and that's very important to me as an attorney, ethically. That is my number one obligation, to know who my client is and understand that priority. So I've worked in scenarios where I am the attorney for the board, but provide services to the district through the superintendent at their request on an almost daily basis. For another defect district, I've done that for a decade. I've also worked in a model where my firm is the outside attorney that just provides services to the board, and there is an in-house staff attorney. And both of those models can work. Both of those models apply with Florida statute. Florida statute does say that the board has to hire an attorney. And that's, I wouldn't lightly give that up through policy or try to change that through policy, because one, I think statute says you have to do it, and two, school boards in Florida get to hire actually very few people. And one of those people is the board attorney, sometimes the superintendent, sometimes an internal auditor. So that's a right that I think you as a board definitely want to hang on to. The third thing I would say about this is that this is a topic also that I've presented to the Florida School Boards Association, I think twice in the last 5 years. I've got a whole PowerPoint on considerations for boards to look through when they're considering what kind of model they would like to use. If it would be helpful, I'd be happy to share that.
I attended that in Tampa.
It's good. Yeah, I mean, that might be a good presentation to come and share with this board to open it up for discussion and for the community to see in the future.
Right, yeah, well, he will be now at, after we work this all out, he will be at our workshops and when needed and our business meetings, so we can arrange that.
So do we have all the information we need to have it on the agenda tonight?
We do. It was sent to Ms. Wormack, and if we just need to add it to the agenda so that they can see the contract.
It's usually a new business, so I have printed copies. I don't think we typically attach anything to new business. We can, if that's the request.
Probably afterwards.
Yes, but I have printed copies that we can.
Okay, you do have copies for them, okay.
Yeah, so after
we can
this
do it
meeting,
under
so
new
you have time to
business
look at
then.
it.
Right, okay. All right. All right, is that everybody Good, any other questions on this?
I'm good on that. I just, for under old business and in regards to the attorney, I don't know how to ask this question. I know that we executed the letter for Ms. Gavin yesterday.
Right.
Is there, I guess my question is, why then? And were we advised not to include just cause?
So
I'm trying to understand
Yes.
because I'm hearing from the community.
what I will say, any specifics
So,
to
hey, Mr.
Yes.
Furry,
Yes.
not your attorney yet, and I certainly don't mean to overstep. But I would proceed on this particular topic, just given the issues surrounding it. I would certainly proceed with caution on discussing on the record anything that could potentially be problematic to the board down the road.
Okay,
Yes,
that's fair.
That's what I was going to say. That is the same advice that I received from Schetz and Bowen.
And Lorraine will be happy to work with any of the board members to schedule time with, for your questions with Mr. Norby or with Mr. Delaney.
That would be great.
Yeah.
Right, but this, it is for cause. That is something that was clear by Schetz and Bowen. That does satisfy a letter that stated for cause. That they confirmed that with me. They helped prepare that.
But how do we know what that is?
Well, let me just,
That's
let me,
something
wait,
you're gonna have to call the attorney.
let me jump in here for a
You're
second.
gonna have to call the attorney on
Because it was.
No, but I'm going to say this, Cheryl, because I agree with
No, I agree too,
the
but
attorney
I just
is
want to,
saying.
this is answering your question from Schutz and Bowen.
Mhm.
And it says, if a school board determines to pursue a just cause termination, which is for cause, that's what the letter says, it should base such a decision on articulated reasons set forth in writing, including factual support for each and such reason. That is from Schutz and Bowen, verbatim. It does not. So where does that leave us?
You're gonna have to talk to,
I already called them.
Okay, I'm not an attorney, so I'm gonna say that all your conversations need to continue with Schetz and Bowen in regards to this matter. They prepared that letter, and they said it would fulfill the need for termination with cause, as far as what the chair is required to deliver to the attorney by virtue of her contract, so.
Did you not request cause be delivered at the last school board meeting before December 31st?
I did request that happen, and to be sent directly to the attorneys. I'm not privy to any of that information that was provided to the attorneys.
So technically, we have terminated without cause.
That is not.
No, that's not what
I'm
we're
going to
hearing.
ask you to please govern yourself accordingly, but we've been advised by 2 councils to not make statements like that, okay? So I would highly recommend that we follow the advice of council and not make statements like that, either here or in the media or in the public.
You can recommend, but I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say.
Govern yourself accordingly.
I will say what I'm gonna say, because I don't believe that was, and you all saw my response, my emailed response.
Can I have another if we're done with this topic?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Topic, yeah.
So for the Carver piece tonight, I know in previous conversation, there was somewhat consensus of getting an Attorney General's opinion. Where do we stand on that?
Well, I thought we dropped that because the issue that was brought forward was over the fact that PAL was being included. That was the whole reason for going to the state attorney. I don't know what there hasn't been a new reason why.
And the use of facilities in the title has been taken out.
Yes.
Right. So I don't know what we're asking the state attorney to do. We now have all the attorneys seem to be on board with this. The initial complaint about the arrangement has been resolved, and that was the ask. It said, can you have a facility use agreement with PAL? That was what they wanted to know. And then they wanted to say, can you have a facility use agreement in a ILA? And so then that has now been addressed. So again, I think we've heard the community and we've responded to the community, not just us, but the other municipalities as well. And so I think we've resolved the issue. So I don't know why we would go down that road. I was all for it when we were still in that contention on those issues, but I don't see a reason to move forward in that direction.
Can I just offer maybe I don't want to say a disagreement, Chair Furr, but like we have Lorraine. My understanding, it's free to just send the email, right? So if Lorraine has the current, most updated contract, she has the email address to, the AG. Does it require a brief, like a 3-sentence introduction of here's what we want? Is it just something that we can do if it resolves something? I don't know if that's...
Again, if you're going to send something to an attorney, you have to have a reason. You have to ask them for something. So we were going to ask them specifically, can PAL be part of an ILA? So that was a specific question. The point is, if we're sending it up there, what is the question?
I think the question is
this a legal ILA?
Yeah, that's
the
I
question.
think the simple question is
It's
it a
simple.
legal
It's
ILA
simple.
because it
It's
includes
simple. Yeah.
because it
Is
includes
is this
facility
a,
use?
Is this a
Yes.
legal ILA? And that would stop that problem.
So why have we not done this?
Yeah.
Well, we have, the district, we did not go forward because when we go back and look at that last
It was dropped.
conversation, it was that we were not going to do it because that information had been removed. So we did not do that. I did go back and look to make sure that that was the direction, but we did not do that because of the changes that the board had, the changes that were recommended, that were made and were submitted. The only thing, based on your recommendations for changes, the only thing that was not made was the fee schedule. The fee schedule, you got an email about that. The fee schedule, because it is a building that is owned by the county is reserving its right to set the fee schedule for it. Everything else has been executed.
And that's my question. Where are we on the fee schedule? We don't have a complete document once again, because the county, we've run that building for 11 years or so, and we have always utilized the Silitron and the fees that were established and approved by the school board. Now, all of a sudden, the county wants control over that aspect of it. And I would like to know where we actually stand. That was raised at the last meeting.
So the information that you as a board received is that the county will review how do we get to the point of the fee structure in order to make a recommendation of where the fee structure goes from here. If it remains the same, if it changes, but that was their response, is that they can't say this is going to be the fee schedule until they first understand what went into the price that was set by this board.
All right, well then I'm gonna ask that we pull this from tonight's.
I think that we don't make any decisions at this time, but at the board meeting,
Yes.
you guys are welcome to make whatever
Because we
motions
can't
and
vote on
whatever
something
decisions
that's
you
not
have.
complete. I mean, that needs, because they can price out the community's use, and that's going to be problematic for the community. That's part of what they were discussing. It has to remain affordable, and that's what we had done, is create an affordable scale, and the school board had approved that. And that's number one. And number two, with the use of the facility, with PAL having now 4 nights, they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and it's open on Friday. It is now in the middle of January. You know, they are, Ms. Daisy was right, there are basketball leagues that have 30, 40, 50 kids there at night. And they asked for one more night to allow PAL to get their programs going.
But who's
and they're going to be using it from 6 to 9, every day, 6 to 9. So I'm looking for a compromise here, that perhaps this year they could give up this section and then start at the summer and take over their Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights.
So I thought the schedule was going to be set. Who is controlling the schedule?
Facilitron.
Are you talking about the days?
Yeah, because I thought
there was a meeting, a common meeting with all parties there that discussed the schedule. The concern that is being brought up is that PAL requested 4 nights for their programs. After our programs are over, 4 nights of our program. It was brought up, well, that leaves only 2 nights.
Yeah.
I mean, that leaves 1 night for open use of facility. Can we move that and do 3 nights for PAL, 2 nights for open use of facilities? The team discussed it and determined that, just like for the board, anybody who's a part of the agreement, they would have priority on the schedule. And so if they need the 4 nights initially, they would get the 4 nights. If they're not using the 4 nights, we would open it up for use of facility to the community. That was the discussion that was had.
Okay, so Lashaka, who is the group making that decision, and who represents the voice of Carver?
Ms. Robinson is there, Mr. Freeman is there, we have,
so that's district.
Yes.
Artie.
We have, members there from, the police department, from the sheriff's department.
I guess what I'm asking
Who's
is
like the
equal
head?
representation of those parties. Is Bonita the only voice for Carver amongst a larger group, right? So if she's the only voice for Carver, that's a challenge.
I guess I would question if you would consider that any other employee of the district is not a voice for Carver. If we're voicing, Benita's speaking on behalf of the programs and what is needed for the school district to make sure we are able to bring forth our programs, as well as her historical knowledge of the program and what is needed for community events.
So something that has been brought up, if I can just say to
Sally's
that,
right.
that
Like,
point.
who's the?
Well, but something that has also been brought up is that it sounds like who might be winning is the person. So if it is 4 people in a room, the more assertive people, and I'm just talking about how it might be. It sounds like the more assertive people might be
The loudest voice in the
getting
room,
getting the loudest voice, right? And so that's kind of been a recurring thing that has come up from different people that, listen, this is not really what we wanted, so we're saying, well, we're doing all these meetings, we're doing our due diligence, but is the environment such that it is?
Based on my understanding, the one thing that was not a mutual agreement upon was the 4th day. That was everything else they were able to map out and plan out for the 4th day.
Where are we in this? I mean, where is the school board in? I mean, there's just so many,
We're a partner, but part of the problem is they're bringing in a completely different group than had been in before with the sheriff's office, which is inadvertently going to be PAL. Okay, so they're now the sheriff's office is being represented by PAL. So PAL's brand new coming in. They're paying $10,000 a year to the county, all right, which is going to offset, their use of 2 offices. They're getting 2 offices out of the deal, a back room all the time whenever they want to use it, and then 3-4 nights a week in the gym from 6 to, they have 6 to 8. They're using it from 6 to 9. They're planning to use it from 6 to 9.
So are the basketball leagues being booted out?
They will after this year. There's a strong possibility that they could get booted out, but they were able to run it up until now, February. At this point, their winter league ends and their spring league begins soon. Well, there's no spring league because they got these 30 kids, 40 kids have no place to go unless they rent another facility, which is going to cost them more money. And that's why they want to stay one more night at Carver for this year. After this year, there's no possibility. I'm not sure they're going to be having those same programs because PAL will have more control. And the other issue, and the one that I find most concerning to me, is the one about the funding. Because if the county's taking over the funding for the rentals, okay, and they want to approve all the rentals and they want to do the collection, the method of accounting, the whole bit. That's the only money the Carver Center gets for operational costs. They raise close to, probably a little under $10,000, okay? They're gonna get $10,000, the county's getting $10,000, but she's losing time for rentals and opportunities, which means she's not gonna make that much money, and that's that's all the money that she has budgeted to do things at the Carver Center, like her senior lunches and different workshops and different things that they can do. So it's great she got more space, but she's not gonna be able to use it because she's not gonna have any funding. The county doesn't give them any budget, the school district doesn't give them a budget. So everything that they get and they use is either from there or donated
Fundraising.
by the foundation. So that's why I'm concerned about the establishment of fees. It's not just the fact that they want to establish the fees, but when they do that, they're going to cut down time if people don't using it, or it's too expensive, or whatever, and plus PAL taking all the time up, then they have less income. That's the problem.
And can we just publicly address the 2 items that were brought forward? Because my understanding was there would be no neighborhood kid that would be denied the opportunity to participate in PAL because of cost. My understanding was they would be scholarshiped.
I heard.
That's
We
what
all- we all heard that. We all heard that.
That is what I heard.
We heard that. We all have heard that. Whether it's
That's
true
what
or
we've
not.
been told, is that there are scholarship opportunities. What you heard is what we heard.
Okay, so, because as far as I'm concerned, that is not true. That those kids will be able to participate. Cost will not be a barrier. Scholarships would be available to him. That's what
That's what they told us.
Okay.
You know, if they have 50 kids that can't afford to pay, I'm not sure that's gonna happen.
And would local kids get priority to participate in programming? Or would it be that there could be a plethora of students that come and maybe it's first come, first serve? And maybe because other parents are more involved and active, or whatever the reason may be, that those students that live right there get, is that true?
I can tell you only what was said to us. So is there a guarantee that every child that lives within whatever community we're identifying or we're talking about, that those students are guaranteed to play
Or get priority.
and play for free? I can't say yes. There's language, because you saw the agreement. There's nothing in the agreement that goes into language about who would come into the facility and how that will give access.
And I don't know how
say
much
that.
say we have in the PAL side of this.
I don't think we have any.
Right, we hope that they'll live up to that promise, right? I mean, that's, that they said that would be available to some students. I think if we're gonna pull this or discuss this tonight, we should focus on what we're involved with, and what we can control. If it is in fact the fee schedule, I think that was where we left off the last time. And we said, hey, we would like to be able to control what those fees look like. They're coming through our accounts anyways, through our platform. We've always done it that way. And I was hopeful that's what we were gonna receive back for tonight, but obviously that's not the case.
You received an email that said that they want to reserve the right. It's their.
Right. There was no surprise, Mike. I'm not saying it was a surprise.
Okay.
I was hoping that would have been the outcome after our last thing, but that was not. So.
You know, the reality is I see both sides, or I see all 3 sides. You know, I really do. But where does it land?
I don't want to bring this up just to bring it up, but to me, this is just the same topic as Belterra Swim Racket.
I knew you were going to say that.
No, and I don't mean to, but in the sense that if I'm understanding this correctly, when we've heard from everybody, it's that there are certain services and certain amenities that just do in fact cost money, right? Like the lights have to be turned on,
Sure.
and that costs money. And so my understanding of the situation is we either need to shut this facility down because either whether it's the Board of County Commissioners, the City of Bunnell, whomever, the school board No one's coming to the table and saying, we will just pay for this facility for the community to use as needed. I think everybody is coming to the table and saying, well, our budgets, because this district also has a budget. Our budgets are allowing to pay this much. So if everybody's budget pays for 50% of the operating costs of the Carver Center, the money has to come from somewhere. So I get the point that like a 17-year-old student who wants to play basketball, I want them to have a place to play basketball, but we also have to find a way to pay for it. So I think
but remember this.
I need to bring it back for a minute. This is all great input, but I think we're doing it in the wrong place. If we're going to discuss this tonight for pulling it and discussing it, and maybe the public needs to hear that when we're doing that, I think let's save this conversation for tonight when we're actually working on the
keep it on the agenda.
It's on
the agenda.
It's on the agenda for approval.
We have to pull it
and
tonight.
Discussion.
We can move it from consent to action, right?
You as a board can make a motion to move it, to pull it, to whatever you want to.
Yeah,
but
you want to do.
Workshop, we can have that discussion. I would say.
Yeah, but I just
want to go back to the question from
Two.
Ms. Chong. Everything that this board has asked us to go back and look into and review and do, we have done that. And so what you have before you is that final work. If this board is not okay with that work, then you take action and you move the way that you want. But I just want you to be very clear that everything that you have asked us to do, we have gone back and we have done that. We've pursued those things and we've addressed those.
Just
so
a clarification.
The county said we're not okay with that. They sent it back.
And we sent that to this board so that you can use that in your decision.
The fact that when this all started, the county was going to close Carver because the county did not want to be in recreation. That was the bottom line. That's the bottom line. They're going to close it. And that between the neighborhood and the community and some citizens and the school district, somehow I got sucked into that because they started talking about the youth center because the county helps fund that too. When we met and we finally figured it all out, how it turned out is the county owns the building, they take care of the lighting, pest control, they have the janitorial staff, they do all that. That's what they pay for, okay? We pay nothing. We pay nothing except our $10,000 amount. They also pay for all the staff there and their benefits. And that's a great gift that the county and a great partnership. I mean, it's a sin that we are at this point and it's like
But Cheryl, on the flip side of that, right, after what you just said, if you were the county, wouldn't you want to deal with the fees?
We don't make that much money, and it's for their thing. But
I
then why did
understand,
they
but
take
what you
control?
just said-
But why would they take care of the control back at the beginning?
Because it was a different commission.
But you should have taken control. It's their building. They just said it's their building, and for 11 years they let it function that way.
Yeah.
That's my concern.
No, I don't necessarily disagree with you. I'm just saying, if you listen to all of the contributions of the county, again, viewing everyone's side in this, I can understand, a little bit about why they want to look at their fee
everything
structure.
else has been corrected.
I definitely get the other side, but I also, the one thing is that, it was compared to Belterre, and I could see how somebody might draw that conclusion, that correlation, but honestly, I don't see it the same because, I look at Belterre's pool as more of a discretional type of membership. It's a luxury in life that some will get and some won't, but in the Carver Center is a heartbeat of that community, and that community of Bunnell has no other facility to do all these things that they want to do, which is, whether it's the basketball team, whether it's a family reunion, a funeral, and the history that this building presents to the community as well. It's more than just a building to them, and I've learned that. I've learned a lot through this process about what this building means, and I see the concern that Ms. Massaro brought up about if they got priced out. I'm not saying that's the intention of the county. I don't think that their heart is there, but I see the concern from the community saying that, well, you could just, they've had a relationship with us, so if we're going to call it, they have to build trust with them, so that whether, so they feel more comfortable with us controlling that, right? Where on the other side of it, though, I get what you're saying, Dr. Conklin, that if I was on the other end of this too, I would want to make sure if we're losing money, we could raise the fees. So I don't know where the balance between that is at the moment, but it's clear there's still some friction in that area. So I'd say let's decide tonight on how we're going to move forward, but I think we've had some good discussion about this now, and but enough to move on.
Can we, at a minimum, if I can ask Mr. Delaney, I am just curious on the Attorney General, because that has now come up several times. My question to Mr. Delaney is, can any member of the public send an email to the Attorney General? So the people who are asking for this, obviously, all of these contracts, I assume, are public record. Can anybody email the Attorney General these questions, or does it have to be like a municipality or a board? I don't know if that makes any sense, but I don't want to walk away. It's now come up so many times, I don't want to leave the table without having that answer.
What do you got for us, Mr. Lane?
Sure, sure, anyone can contact the Attorney General with a concern. The likelihood of an official written response, like the kind that municipalities get or school boards get when they send in an official question, is much, much lower if it's from a member of the public. Your member of the public is not going to get one of those opinions of the Attorney General that get published in legal reporters.
Awesome, that answers my question. Okay, so if we're going to support that, we would need to discuss that tonight if that's something we want to.
All right, any more old business? Okay, so new business, any new business to discuss? Okay, none, we'll go to public comment. Do we have anybody signed up for public comment?
Yes.
Let me guess.
I will come.
Please come forward, Sarah.
I'm 77, Daisy Henry for the record. I'm 77 years old. And you was talking about, you forget about all the community centers in the county. You're having a problem with the black section. That, to me, speaks as racism. And I'm really concerned because I've been here. That school you got a bathroom down there. It's been there tore up for 20 years, almost. And the county says it's on the list. You tell me the kind of concern about the South Side. We are taxpayers. That school is federal funded monies, and taxpayers pay into this, white, black, blue, green. We pay y'all salary with taxes, and then you can't do nothing for the South Side? Band-Aid's been put on for years. Our representatives don't even come to the South Side. Some of you have never walked in that gym and even looked at it. If Reverend Gidders and some more people, even when Sam Tribble was here, he asked me, what's to be done? I went and told him in the day one, the county commissioner lied about even pushing it down. That building was better than the school up here. See, so you can't tell me trying to help the South Side. I don't trust none of y'all because you've been liars, deceivers. It's all about greed and pride. Everybody trying to get to the top. And you're not even caring about the blacks. You say you are, but you don't have no compassion. I've sit here and listen at you. You're trying to put a Band-Aid on it again. The county take care of everything else. Why can't you take care of the South Side? Why? Why can't you take care of the South Side? We pay taxes just like you. Just because our skin color don't make no difference. When you cut me, I bleed red too. When I put my money in the till, it's all green. You don't separate it. Why the separation now? Y'all need to be real. It's all about greed. You don't care about the blacks. And you're putting a Band-Aid on it instead of fixing it. The county know.
Okay, thank you for your comments, considering. Is there any other public comments? Seeing no one approaching, we'll bring it back, and we will go to closing comments.
I'll save mine for later.
Okay.
I'm just going to say real quick, because I am the one who brought up the Bell Terrace America Club. I just wanted to clarify. I brought that up from a financial standpoint, right?
No,
I just
I
want
get
to
it.
clarify that. Just a bills, not, I have brought up before that I know what the Carver Center means to the community, and so I just wanted to offer that clarification.
Yeah, no problem.
Nothing right now. Okay, yeah, I will save mine for later. For the board.
Motion
Okay.
to adjourn. Let's go.
Adjourn.
Well,
Thank you, Mrs.
Brian,
Blaine.
Tonight.
we don't do my computer. You think there's enough time? Because there may